Tonight it's a matchup of two of baseball's best pitchers as Johnny Cueto squares off against Jose Fernandez. Just 24 years old, Fernandez was Rookie of the Year and a two-time All-Star. Cueto's been stellar all season, and tonight the Giants look for him to be the stopper as their lead in the NL West is down to just one game. It's a matchup of aces, and it's next. The road trip moves on. We're coming to you from South Florida. We're at Marlins Park as we get ready for Giants baseball. This is game one of a three-game series, Giants and Marlins. Hi again, everybody. I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Mike Krukow. Well, the Giants are going to roll into this town, and all of a sudden, the Florida Marlins are somebody that you have to take seriously, and they're in the wild card race. And Johnny Cueto, well, he's going to be on the mound, and he'll have his hands full. This is a good lineup.
It's a good lineup, especially in this ballpark, and it's a good lineup when they play behind Jose Fernandez, who is the starting pitcher tonight for these Marlins. He leads the National League in strikeouts per inning. He's averaging over 13 strikeouts per nine. Gives you an idea what type of stuff he has. But I think the key tonight for both starting pitchers is how you can get after him early. Usually you always say when you have a good ace out there, he's vulnerable in the first couple of innings. And I think for the Giants, you have to take that to heart. You got to be ready to go that first time through and try and take advantage of that. Maybe get a couple runs on the board, give Johnny Cueto a little breathing room. That'll be the key tonight. And maybe the Marlins saying the same thing about Johnny Cueto. We'll see. Should be a good one. Stay tuned. We'll take you to our CSN various studios for an update, and we'll do that right after this.
is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Jack's Brewhouse Bacon Burger today at Jack in the Box. Limited time only at participating restaurants. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
And you can check out the beaches here in South Florida as we get ready for Giants baseball. Our game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is now open daily. 78 degrees outside and very wet. Inside it's dry and 77. Humidity at 92%, and it is wet outside. If we were at the other ballpark, the old park, this game would be canceled. All right, let's take a look at the lineup that Jose Fernandez will be facing. It'll be Span, Pagan, Belton, then Buster Posey, and you can see where Buster's at over his last 13 games. Crawford, Pence, and Panic. Nunez will hit 8th and Cueto 9th.
On the hill tonight for the Miami Marlins will be the right-hander Jose Fernandez. And Fernandez, in his 4th year at the big league level, is 24 years of age. And he's a big fella, 6'3", 250. When you take your bats against him, you're going to see a mid to high 90s fastball and one of the best breaking balls in the game. His curveball, slider, changeup. Look at the 192 strikeouts, averaging over 13 strikeouts for 9 innings. And really one of the quality arms in all of baseball, and especially tough here in Miami. He's 9-2 this year at home, and he's always been that way. He's always had amazing splits with big time numbers here at his home park. 54% of the time you're going to see a fastball, and then he likes the slider over the changeup, and it really is a great kill pitch for both righties and lefties. And look at the league hitting a .141 against that slider. Lifetime against the Giants, Jose Fernandez is 1-1 with a 5.25 ERA. And what do you say we take a look at the defense playing behind Jose Fernandez? It's a very good defense and a very good outfield. Outfield from left to right will be Yelich, Ozuna, and Stanton. Good arms in center and right, not much of an arm on the left. Echeverria and Prado on the left side of the infield. Gordon and Dietrich on the right side. And JT Realmuto, he'll be in the squad putting down the signs. The big fella, Giancarlo Stanton, out in right field.
And the first pitch of the ball game is high. So we get started at 7:11. Just a minute late. And Fernandez lowers his sights, and there's a called strike. Span hitting .262. He's got 5 home runs. He's got 33 driven in. And he rolls this one to first. So this game gets started with a soft ground ball to first, 1 out.
All right, time now for our Nissan keys to the game, and we think that Johnny Cueto versus Giancarlo Stanton is their #1. Stanton has pretty good numbers, 385 with a triple and 2 home runs. We'll watch that. How he commands Stanton may have a lot to do with the outcome of this game. And #2, the money hit. Giants have not been able to get that consistently. Yesterday they had 4 shots at it. They could not do it. They went down 1-0 tonight. That will be a key, part of our Nissan keys to the game.
Here's Pagan, and Pagan takes a call strike. Pagan's numbers, 281 with 8 home runs. He's got 40 driven in. On this road trip, 6 for 22. He's hit a couple of home runs. And he fouls this one into the glove of Realmuto, and it's 0-2. It's Doug Eddings behind the plate, then Diaz, Blazer, and Jeff Nelson, with Jeff Nelson, the crew chief.
Yeah, Doug Eddings, the low ball guy. He's got some big corners. He's a good zone to pitch to. He's a good pitcher zone and a good breaking ball guy.
With Bruce Bochy spending the night in the hospital, it's Ron Wotus who's the acting manager. And the reports we have is that the Giants manager will be back tomorrow. This is hit right back to where it came from, and that's 2 down. And here's Belton. For those of you who may be wondering, win or loss, it goes on Bruce Bochy's record. I'm sure he'll have something to say about that tomorrow.
It won't go unnoticed, that much we know.
Belt 6 for 19 on the trip. And he takes high. He's 1 for 4 in his career against Jose Fernandez, who the Giants beat, as Mike mentioned, in April. They beat him by a final of 7-2. It's 2-0 with Buster Posey on deck.
Johnny Cueto.
Swinging and missing, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. I don't think anybody gets more 2-0 pitches than Brandon Belt on this team, or 3-1 pitches on this team.
Well, it's been 4 pitches, 4 fastballs, and we mentioned the most strikeouts per 9 in the major leagues, and that would be Jose Fernandez, who's averaging over 13 per 9.
3-2.
I don't even know why they put down a sign right now.
I mean, if you're Brandon Belt, if he throws you anything but a fastball here, you tip your cap to him. And he walked him.
The highest fastball from National League starting pitchers: Noah Syndergaard 98, Carlos Martinez 95.8, then Garrett Cole, Jose Fernandez 95.1, and Steven Strasburg. That's an average of at least 1,000 fastballs thrown.
Here's Buster Posey. And Buster, a little pop-up out into shallow right field, and that's going to end the inning. No runs, a walk, 1 left. Cueto coming out. Marlins coming up. Here in the home half of the first inning. Marlins coming in with a record of 59-52. Dee Gordon just off the suspended list. He will lead it off, followed by Prado, Yelich, and then Giancarlo Stanton. See his numbers against Cueto. Ozuna, Realmuto, and then Derek Dietrich. Echeverria is going to hit 8th and Fernandez 9th.
On the hill tonight for the Giants will be the right-hander Johnny Cueto, 5'11", 220-pounder. He's 30 years of age in his 9th year at the big league level. And in 22 starts, he's 13-3 with a 2.73 ERA, 141 strikeouts against 31 walks. However, since the All-Star break, in 4 starts, he's 0-2 with a 4.18 ERA. Still looking for his first win of the second half. Lifetime against the Marlins, 4-2 with a 4.18 ERA. Fastball that'll go low to mid-90s. Curveball, slider, changeup.
And just like that, the speedy Dee Gordon is aboard.
Let's take a look at the Giants defensively, starting in their outfield from left to right. It'll be Pagan, Span, and Pence. Crawford, Nunez on the left side of the infield. Panik and Bell on the right side. And Buster Posey, he'll be in the squad putting down the signs. And Johnny Cueto's going to get in the stretch very quickly in this game. And you've got to pay close attention to D. Gordon at first.
So here's Prado hitting at 323, having a good year. And he takes a strike. He's 5 for 17 in his career against Johnny Cueto. Gordon with 10 steals. He's been thrown out 3 times. If Cueto gives Buster Posey a shot, the Giants have a chance of throwing Gordon out.
Well, Cueto's good. I mean, he's not an easy guy to steal off of. Plus, he has an outstanding pickoff move.
Popped up. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Crawford who puts it away. That's a perfect example. If you got the nerve to let it drop, it's a great play.
Yeah, well, you can get your base stealer off the base pass. Absolutely. But you have to also assume that your pitcher is going to be covering second base, which Cueto was doing.
And you also have to assume that the guy at first base is standing really close to the bag at first. Here's Yelich hitting 324 with 11 home runs, 63 driven in. There's a familiar person, Mr. Bonds.
Oh, number 25.
There's a bell tie strike, and it's 0-1. Yelich in 9 at-bats lifetime against Cueto is 1 for 9. Looks good.
And he's done a nice job here. I mean, the Marlins rank first in the National League in batting average. As a team, the Marlins hit .273, and that's 1 percentage point higher than the Colorado Rockies, who traditionally lead the National League in that category. Giants 4th at .259. The Giants have scored more runs than the Marlins, although it doesn't seem like it lately.
Well, after yesterday, yeah, you're right.
Giants got beat 1-0 yesterday. A tough loss for the Giants as Madison Bumgarner pitched outstanding baseball and they couldn't get him any offense.
Stanton on deck. This is the bottom of the first inning. And now Posey, kind of an off-balance throw, and they got him. Unbelievable. Buster Posey just pulled a rabbit out of his head.
Well, and it's a remarkable play on both ends of it because Brandon Crawford pulled a rabbit out of his hat as well. The ball just kicked away from behind. A one-hop strike, and Crawford manages to hang on, but Posey off his right knee throws it right over the head of Cueto, who ducks to get out of the way, and in the end they get him.
That's the play of the year.
That is the play of the year, and they're gonna review it.
Well, maybe it's not.
Well, even if they don't get him, it's top 10. I mean, there was no hesitation there. I mean, he got a good jump. This replay review presented by Xfinity. I don't know if there's enough there to overturn that.
Mike. It looks like he's out to me.
I really don't see enough there to overturn it.
And I know Eduardo Perez, who's doing the color for the Marlins, is thinking that he's probably safe.
Maybe this is the one that's going to shed some light. Yeah. From that angle right there, he might be safe.
Yep.
Corey Blazer, the umpire at second base, that made the call. But again, I mean, it's got to be absolute. If I was going to bet on it, I'd bet they'd say he's safe. But you can't tell if he's touching it. You really can't.
He touched it.
I don't know. I don't know if there's enough there.
That's one of those where who knows.
All right, another angle here. Perhaps this is the one that sheds the light.
So they called him safe.
Now it's going to be a matter of, do they rule it a stolen base or a wild pitch?
So it's a ball and 2 strikes to Yelich. Down low. 2-2.
You have to do a good job of holding D. Gordon on it at second as well. I mean, he's just a good base stealer.
Three and 2. Got him.
Backdoor cutter and absolutely shaves the outside corner.
Here's Stanton with a base to play with. Stanton at 242. And he dribbles this one foul, and it's 0-1.
Now batting practice.
Interesting to watch him take BP.
Oh yeah, I mean he just hits him where you can't hit him. Just flip it up there in the upper deck, up center field. And then this thing was just ridiculous as it cleared everything.
That guy caught it?
He caught it. Had it played right.
Out of play down the right field line. It's 0-2. And on the carom, gentlemen, with the Giants hat on, comes up at the plate.
And he had it played well. So it's going to be a stolen base.
Got him, and that'll end the inning. They came in to Stanton, and that'll end the inning, and Crawford will lead things off.
AAA. Get a free road trip day pack with a AAA insurance quote. Go to AAA.com/road trip or a AAA branch for details. Restrictions apply.
It's 0-0 as you take a look in South Beach.
Yeah, South Beach is live. A great spot. And we're talking any time of year.
And a strike to Crawford.
And you go down around South Beach, you're going to see it's colorful. It's just Miami has its own color. And the theme in this ballpark, I mean, they captured it. It's a great yard.
Crawford a little tardy on the high fastball. It's now a quick 0-2. Pence and then Panik. Down low, 2-2. No swing on the appeal. Giants 2-4 on this trip. And with their struggles since the All-Star break, they're now just 4 games over 500 on the road. As Crawford rolls this one slowly to second. Gordon comes charging in. His throw will not be a throw, and Crawford's got an infield hit. Here's our Geico quote, Hunter Pence on his Twitter account. I forgot that I have a black eye and I scare people.
Well, I don't know if he scares people, but he definitely could be a movie extra, or he could be the lead man as far as I'm concerned.
He's the best.
He is the best.
He is the best. 290 for Hunter Pence, still trying to get his feet on the ground since he came back. And he's going to look at a strike. Pence on this trip is 5 for 22. And that pitches down low to even the count. He's had 3 at-bats against Jose Fernandez in his career. He's got a double, 1 for 3. So Crawford the infield hit. 1-2.
Just launching into it.
And don't get cheated, Hunter.
You kind of have to cheat with Fernandez. And he's the kind of guy that builds fastball as the game wears on. Oftentimes his highest velocity fastball will come in the last inning.
So Pence is the first strikeout for Fernandez. And that'll bring up Joe Panik. So the 2 guys the Giants are trying to get going are Pence and Panik. In 5 at-bats, Panik does have a little bit of ownage on Fernandez. He's 3 for 5.
Hardest thing in this game is to be patient when you're not getting hits.
Yeah.
Especially when you've hit your whole life.
Well, Joe Panik on this trip is just 2 for 21. And when you know it, he had the 1 hit with a runner in scoring position yesterday, and the Giants did not score. Foul back, it's 0-2 with Eduardo Nunez to follow. Crawford being held on by Dietrich, and the fastball is high. Crawford, he's not a base stealer. He does have 3 steals. Panik gets a fly ball to right. Stanton is moving back. He'll make the catch. Panik just a little bit out in front of that one.
So you go back and you evaluate what went wrong. How'd you feel? What part of your swing do you like? What part of it do you not like? What was your balance like? Your weight distribution off your back leg? I mean, he's thinking mechanics right now.
Nunez at 293, 12 home runs, 49 runs batted in. And he's going to chase the first pitch, and it's 0-1.
Nunez will swing it. I mean, he's looking for anything close. The tough guy to walk.
Had a terrific game on Saturday when the Giants beat Steven Strasburg. He has never faced Jose Fernandez. Shoots this one foul, and it's now 1-2. Little serve down the right field line.
Yeah, not a lot of lower body in the swing. That'll not make any hitter happy. I mean, you want to attack. You don't want to slap.
Crawford with the first hit of the game for the Giants. Second base runner. The Brandons have reached. And Nunez fouls it back.
He did well to fight that off. That was his #1 slider in a perfect location. And he gets a lot of strikeouts with that slider, both righties and lefties. He's a big fella, strong-legged.
And this little pop-up should end the inning. Is Gordon's calling for it behind the bag, and that'll do it. No runs, a hit, one left. Marcell Ozuna is going to lead things off.
is brought to you by Heffernan Insurance Brokers. Insurance and financial services for you and your business. Visit hefins.com.
They'll come out to the ballpark early on Saturday, August 13th, as the Giants honor Hall of Famer Gaylord Perry with his statue ceremony, which will be at 1 o'clock at 2nd and King. And the first 20,000 fans, they're going to receive a replica Perry statue, courtesy of Coca-Cola, sfgiants.com/tickets. Here's Ozuna. It'll be Real Muto and then Dietrich facing Johnny Cueto. Ozuna, a breakout year, 19 home runs, 58 driven in. There's a bouncing ball behind the bag. Crawford got him. Nice play. Are we starting to just take that play for granted? I think we are. Maybe not you. You're an old starting pitcher.
But you know what? If you're on the mound and you see a ball going by you at medium speed with a guy that can run, that's not an out that you assume is going to get made. But when you have a shortstop who's got quick hands, a great foundation with his legs, and a cannon, I mean, he makes it look easy and routine, but it's not a routine play.
Here's Real Muto. First pitch strike, and it's 0-1.
Great look with this camera right over the top of the pitcher. And it really will allow you to see just how Johnny Cueto uses both sides of the plate.
A little bit of a quick pitch and a called strike. It works because by the time Cueto releases the ball, his movement gets out of the way of your vision to see home plate. And that's fouled out of play. It may be better than some of the real high cameras we see, like in St. Louis. I mean, you don't see the plate now, but eventually you will. And he chased the breaking ball, and that's his third strikeout.
Another quick pitch just below the zone. Let him help you out, and Real Muto does.
Dietrich hitting .277. Kept thinking the Giants would actually have a really good chance of winning some games in this series, as Span got a jump and he's going to track it down, and the reason is Justin Bour's not here. He wore him out last year.
Wore him out.
Bay Area is brought to you by Big O Tires. Tires, service, straight talk. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
It's a 0-0 ball game, as you see outside of Marlins Park. Did a good job. It's a nice facility.
It really is spectacular. And as you mentioned, if they don't have this dome, this game's canceled.
Cueto takes a belt tie strike, and it's 0-1.
We have not seen the sunshine since we landed.
Spent many a rain delay at the old park. Cueto dribbler to third. And Fernandez will barehanded, throw in the dirt, and Cueto's aboard, and now he's going to scurry back. Fernandez had a shot at throwing him out, but he just bounced it.
Well, this would be a hard call for the official score. It's going to be an error or a hit. An accurate throw. They have him by a bunch.
He never hit first.
He never touched the bag.
That's why he was running back. That's one of those. Whoa, 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 whoa.
He's doing the Curly special right there.
So here's Span. Span takes a strike. Hit or error? Have we seen?
Error. E1.
Span goes the other way. It's cut off by Prado, and then Span beats it out. The only good thing about that play is you get Cueto off the bases.
Yeah, it's a shame this guy just plays this game so tight. You know, he doesn't enjoy himself and can't relax. If he ever gets over that, he's going to be really good. I mean, you watch Cueto around the ballpark, and he is absolutely at home. It was like watching Livan Hernandez, who just was absolutely, totally, 100% relaxed, 24/7 at the yard.
Here's Pagan. Pagan is 0 for 1. Takes a strike. Pagan hit a ball right back to Fernandez. Belt to follow. We're in the third inning. Yeah, you're right. We not seen the sun today. Usually you get those clouds that drop some rain and then blow out of here. That hasn't been the case. It was overcast all day.
It is locked in. And the forecast for the next week is rain every day. Yeah, that's the only sunshine the Giants are going to see.
Rolled back to Fernandez, and he throws it to D. Gordon, who was backing up second. So that'll be another error on Fernandez.
Yeah, he's kind of shooting his chances of winning a Gold Glove right in the foot here in this inning. And I think his eye just picked up D. Gordon and he threw to it.
I agree with you.
So now they're saying no error, it's just a fielder's choice.
Really? How do you get that?
That's got a good chance of getting. I'm not even changing it.
So he chose to throw to Gordon.
Yeah, I think that was his option. It was my fielder's choice.
Absolutely. So here's Belt. Belt drew a walk in the first inning. And here he takes a strike.
Which immediately puts Fernandez in the strikeout mode. I mean, he's in the strikeout mode pretty much all the time anyway, but get a runner out there in scoring position, especially after he's made a couple of bad plays defensively, he goes right to the strikeout mode. And why wouldn't he? He averages over 13 strikeouts per 9 innings, which is the most in baseball.
Well, here's Belt, and it's a quick 0-2. No overshift for Belt. Echeverria, the shortstop, is playing him to pull. And that pitch is not close. 1-2.
Yeah, that's a wasted 0-2 opportunity right there, because that is about as easy a take as there is. And it's a waste because it doesn't set anything up.
Got him.
Good hard slider.
The Giants Insider Podcast is sponsored by Max Muscle Sports Nutrition and is live on CSNBayArea.com. You can log on each week. As insider Alex Pavlovich talks baseball, and it's also available on iTunes.
See the ballpark art out in left center. I mean, everything about this ballpark is so unique.
Buster Posey saw one pitch and popped out. Here he takes a breaking ball low and away.
And if a Marlin hits a home run, that thing lights up. And now this is the aquarium. That's right behind home plate. Saltwater aquarium.
Strike to Posey. 1 ball and 1 strike. And hey, look, it's a nice destination if Giants fans are ever interested. It's a great place to find a hotel on the beach and come to the yard. Buster with 52 runs batted in. Waves at that one, 1-2.
Well, that just tells you how good that breaking ball is when you see Posey break down that way. I mean, there is nothing but reach in this swing. And that ball just disappeared.
Little flare to right, but it's going to carry out to Stanton, and that'll end the inning. Cueto will come out. Echeverria will lead it off.
Stories on this date, 2012. Giants take on the Cardinals in St. Louis, and Marco Scutaro hit a grand slam in the 9th inning off Mitchell Boggs and finished the game with a career-high 7 RBIs. Giants won that game 15-0, matching the largest margin of victory in a road shutout in franchise history. 15-0 against the Cardinals. Wow. Our McDonald's True Stories.
I remember it well. Here's Echeverria. First pitch strike.
I always have a expectation to see Marco Scutaro when the Giants come to Miami.
I'm thinking we'll see him tomorrow.
I hope so.
Skied into center field for Span. And on the second pitch of the bottom of the third, 1 out. And now here's a guy that you got to be careful of because he can hit.
One of the better hitting pitchers in the league. Fernandez hit 243 with 6 RBIs coming into this at bat. Barely had time to get into the dugout, towel himself off, get a helmet on. Seven sacrifice bunts. Guy hit 243. Bunting, that's bunting a lot for a guy hitting 243.
And a strike. Breaking ball on the ground to Nunez.
Well, check out the Baseball Live with the MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone or your tablet. He's got it.
That's a serious dude right there.
Yep. There you go. He blinked.
I don't think I'd
I
arm
feel
wrestle
better.
that guy either.
No.
Here's Gordon. Gordon, the only base runner for the Marlins, as he singled to open up the bottom of the first.
He's taking this game very seriously.
Quick pitch, low. 1 ball and 1 strike.
D. Gordon, back on the active list, was suspended for 80 days for an illegal substance. And that really was a jolt to the folks here in Miami. Now they're 7 games back of Washington, and this guy, they lose this guy for 80 days. I mean,
Hit on the ground, and Nunez will have to hurry. He does, and that'll end the inning. So Cueto, a nice quick third, and now for the Giants, Crawford, Pence, and Panic. It's 0-0. August 12th through the 14th. On the 14th, the Giants are giving away Hunter Pence solar bobble bodies to the first 20,000 fans, courtesy of Coca-Cola. sfgiants.com/tickets. Crawford opened up the second with an infield hit. He's going to take the first pitch high.
But I want to finish that thought about Dee Gordon. I mean, Dee Gordon was last year's National League batting champion. He won a Gold Glove, Silver Slug Award. He had more hits than anybody in baseball last year.
On the ground in a fair ball, and it's down the right field line, and Crawford's on the move. Maybe a triple for Crawford as Stanton digs it out, and he's going to put on the brakes. So Crawford is 2 for 2. And it was really up to Stanton to get that ball cleanly, otherwise it would have been a triple. Mattingly doesn't think that there was a fair ball.
Spins on it right past Dietrich. No, I don't think they're going to overturn that. I mean, it doesn't have to land fair. It just goes over the bag, and it's fair before it goes over the bag. If it bounces in fair territory afterwards, it doesn't matter.
Don likes to get into discussions. He's a discussion guy.
Dietrich had no chance at that.
There's Don Mattingly.
First year as the manager of the Miami Marlins.
Pence struck out in the second. Sees that breaking ball, and he takes it inside. The point about Dee Gordon is he just signed a brand new contract for a lot of money.
5
Look,
years.
I don't like to see anything go wrong when it comes to players like Gordon, but it's going to end up being a good thing, not for Gordon, but for Major League Baseball, because when that happened, you could tell that the climate is going to change during these negotiations for much tougher penalties. There's a strike to Pence.
And that negotiation is going on right now between the Players Association and the owners as they try to hammer out a new agreement. Not a lot is being written about it publicly, but in the middle of these talks, Dee Gordon goes down right after he signs a 5-year, $50 million deal.
Pence chases that, so it's the second time he struck out, the third in the game.
Such a wicked slider, and it's big. I mean, that thing comes all the way across the plate. It's almost like it starts off the plate in and then winds up being a foot away. Another extended swing with zero lower body attached to it.
So here's Panik. Panik hit a ball to right field in the second. Got a breaking ball and drove it to right. Here he takes down low.
So bottom line is, it wasn't a good thing, and it really handcuffed this team. And despite that, they've resurfaced and they're making a charge here towards the wild card, and perhaps more. There's Jeffrey Loria, the Marlins owner. But as you point out, if something good comes of it and it gets tougher and the testing becomes better, then we're all for it.
Well, I think the one thing is need to be penalized a little bit more. That's down low. It's 3-0.
When you have a guy who has stuff like Fernandez, I mean, you don't think twice about green lighting a hitter like Panik. Even if he's slumping, you're looking for a good pitch to hit. And in a 3-0 count, I mean, you should get something in the strike zone. Sit in a fastball, look middle away.
I think he used that base knowing that if he retires Nunez, he's got Cueto. So here's Nunez.
58 pitches. It's the job with a guy like Fernandez. We get in there and get as many pitches as you can out of him. Try and get him out of the game early because of the pitch count. It's the goal anytime you face any kind of ace.
So here's Nunez. He's sitting on 49 runs batted in. outside corner, and it's 0-1.
Nunez did not like that strike. And that was down at the knees on the outside corner, perhaps off the plate at 96. As you mentioned, the arms in the outfield for the Marlins, you don't have much of one with Yelich in left field, but you've got great arms in center and right.
And a shot into center field, and it's going to carry right out to Ozuna.
Good at bat.
So nice at bat, and that'll bring up Cueto. Cueto reached on an error in the third. And he takes high, 1 ball and no strikes. On the ground and a base hit. And they're going to wave in Crawford. And here comes Stanton's throw. And it is perfect. And they got him. So Cueto picks up the base hit. And Crawford is thrown out at home. Nothing. As Johnny Cueto comes up with a base hit. Anytime you have a pitcher at the plate, and it means that right fielder is going to be playing very shallow. And look, this is not a hard throw for Stanton. And I think if you asked Roberto Kelly, would he like to take this one back? He would tell you that he would.
Well, it's a layup for Stanton. We talked about how good his arm is, and it's how strong and accurate. And yesterday Kelly got criticized for not sending Posey, and today he's going to get criticized for sending Crawford. It's that simple, for all the reasons you talked about.
So here's Prado. Prado popped out in the first inning. And he takes a strike. So it's up to Cueto now to shut this Marlins team down and see if the Giants can make a move offensively. Runs it in tight to Prado. It's 2-2. So far, Doug Eddings is my favorite umpire.
Well, it's a good zone. You're out there on the mound. Plus, you know, with Cueto, he's put it in his mind that I'm going to throw strikes. You get that umpire looking for him, and that strike zone will grow. The only bad part about Doug Edding is that he's not going to be the umpire on Wednesday's getaway day.
So that's a walk, and Cueto would be unhappy with that. So here's Yelich. First walk that he has issued. High, so out of the stretch. Cueto, he was in the stretch for all 3 outs in the first inning.
Prado, not much of a base stealer at first base, but you do have to stop him. He's a smart base runner. Yelich, and he can hit into some double plays now. He's hit into 14 on the year, and that doesn't lead the team. Martin Prado's hit into 18, but 14's a lot, and that's what Johnny Cueto's pitching for right now. Yelich really has blossomed. Each year he's been in the big leagues, he's gotten better. He's one of the premier hitters in this league now.
Good pitch. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Yelich leads all National League outfielders in on-base percentage and batting average. Tall hitter, 6'3".
And that's lifted foul down the left field line and out of play.
Oh, somebody's gonna make a play. Oh, lost his phone. He looks a bit rattled.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
I'm good, but not really. She's holding back a horse laugh so hard.
It's 2-2. With Prado at first, nobody out here in the 4th.
And she's fighting it.
Out of play. Another fastball from Cueto.
He wants another shot so bad. Hey, if he'd have brought his glove, he'd have made the play. He would have dropped his phone. He maybe would not have been quite as entertaining to his significant other, but
so back-to-back hitters now. Cueto goes 3-2.
yeah, he needs another ball. That one's got no strikes in it. Giancarlo Stanton, who's had good numbers lifetime against Cueto, on deck.
See if Prado goes 3-2. You think he might. Cueto a quick check.
Prado take a little time getting back up.
Prado goes swinging a base hit left field. See if Giants can cut it off. Pagan does. It's not going to stop Prado from heading home. Here's the throw home, and it's caught by Posey too late. 1-0.
And that really is a great example of Christian Yelich, and now he'll take a 2-strike pitch and use the opposite side of the field. Really one of his strengths. A little breaking ball, he stays inside, just flips it out. Beautiful back control in a 2-strike situation. And really a nice job here from Pagan. I mean, he takes away a triple from Yelich.
Here's Stanton. Stanton drives it into left center field. That's going to be a base hit. It's going to be 2-0. His scoring is Yelich. So Stanton picks up RBI number 66.
First pitch, a little cutter on the outside corner. And one thing about Stan, I mean, he can extend out. I mean, he's a tall hitter. What you think is right there in the corner, I mean, he can get a barrel on it. And he was looking on that side of the plate. Stanton is 6'6". Arms like that, no problem getting to that outside pitch and pulling it.
Marcell Ozuna, and he rolls it foul. Ozuna bounced out to Crawford in the second inning. So the Marlins, they score first. And that hits Ozuna. So the hitter now is going to be Realmuto.
Now Dave Righetti going to come out and talk to him. He throws a little two-seam fastball in here, just pulls off it. A little heat seeker, nowhere for Ozuna to go. Turned out, kind of got lucky there. Could have been a whole lot worse. Ron Wotus, who's running the ship tonight. Bruce Bochy, University of Miami Hospital tonight, said that they're going to keep him a night for observation. Did not feel well in the morning last night late. He wound up going to the hospital, and we're all assuming that he'll be back tomorrow.
Realmuto struck out in the second. 4 hitters all have reached here in the fourth. And swinging a foul out of play. Two.
There's your winner. Hey, a Warriors fan.
Babe.
They're all over.
Got him.
Realmuto, swing mode. See ya.
Here's Dietrich. Dietrich lined out to Span in the second inning. with Echeverria on deck. At second is Stanton. Ozuna is at first. 2 runs in here in the 4th. And a bouncing ball foul. Everybody's in the swing mode.
I mean, they're taking hacks like it's an exhibition game.
Yes, they are.
Oh, yeah. That guy figured it out. Now they're buddies.
One ball, 1 strike. And a bit high. Dietrich started to go but held up. It's 2 balls and a strike. Inning started out with Martin Prado on a 3-2 pitch. He drew a walk, and then on a 3-2 pitch, Yelich with a double. Stanton swung at the first pitch with a base hit, and then Ozuna was hit. Real Muto strikes out, and it's 2-1 now to Derek Dietrich. Foul. 2-2.
Giants fan? Oh, yeah. Should keep that forever. A little bit flustered. Had a bit. Came a long way for that baseball.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Got him.
Outside corner paint. Strikeout number 5 for Cueto. Just a little 2-seam movement. Running away from Dietrich. See ya.
Echeverria hit a fly ball to center field. And that ended, or that started out the 3rd inning. Here he takes a strike. On the ground to Panic, and this is going to end the inning. So the damage is 2 runs. Cueto limits the damage. We will head to the 5th. It's 2-0 Marlins.
for a Grand Slam giveaway on CSN, and Nate Watkins, you can win an Acura MDX if a Giants player hits a Grand Slam this inning. So go to AcuraNorCalDealers.com for more information on how to enter. So good luck.
Top of the order for the Giants. They now trail in this one 2-0. Span is 0 for 2. He shows bunt and he takes a strike. Giants have had the leadoff hitter on the last 3 innings, and they have nothing to show for it. And a quick 0-2.
Zeroing in with that slider. That's what he can do. He can go both sides of the plate with it, and he can make it extremely big, sweeping across the plate. And he's done all night against the right-handed hitters. And after you go to Philadelphia and Washington and you play the Phillies and the Nationals, a lot of guys have beards. Here in South Florida, the Marlins do not allow facial hair.
And that pop-up is out of play.
And Jeffrey Loria, the owner here, that's his policy.
It would be great if he had one. Span with a base hit. So that's the 4th inning in a row the Giants with their leadoff hitter on, and that'll bring up Angel Pagan. Giants had a rally for free in the 3rd. Cueto reached on an error. Span reached on a fielder's choice. Pagan hit a ball back to Fernandez, and he threw it to the wrong infielder, allowing Pagan to reach. Giants had runners at 1st and 2nd with 1 out, with Belt and Posey coming up, and they did not score. One ball and no strikes. So it's not like let's get Fernandez into the stretch. He's been in the stretch the whole game.
He's had to throw a lot of pitches. A lot of stress pitches.
It was really odd when Crawford got thrown out at home. Fernandez was backing up, and he stayed behind home plate for a long time while the other team was off the field. I don't know, something bothered him, and I can't imagine what it would have been. 3-0.
Underneath it, he could feel it. He has not been laser sharp, and it really has been the fastball command that has kind of failed him. Except for that pitch right there.
Pagan will look for a good pitch, 3-1, as he should. And he hits a bullet to right, and it's going to carry right out to Stanton. The Giants have hit some line drives tonight. Got to keep swinging it.
Well,
Here's Belt.
It is frustrating when you're hitting out of balls and you're not scoring runs. Giants shut out yesterday, 1-0. Same thing happened to him yesterday, and they thought they really had broken out of their slump when they lit up Steven Strasburg. And that was in Saturday's game in Washington. And in that game they scored 7 runs.
Belt takes a strike.
Oh yeah, Daiquiris. Got my favorite hat on. Life is good in South Florida.
Just like that for Brandon Belt, like his last at bat, he's behind in the count. It's 0-2. Got him. Belt strikes out for the second time, and that'll bring up Buster Posey. Buster tonight has popped out and he's flied out. Drives one to right. Stanton's not going to get it. And this is going to bounce up against the wall. And Denard Span is going to score. And Posey with a double. And the Giants are on the board. It's 2-1. That was one where if the Giants were going really bad, that bounces into the seats.
Yeah, good point. Thanks for bringing that up. As it is, it turns out to be a 2-out double that knocks in a run and gets him off the zero that's been dogging him for a day and a half. And a nice opposite field approach. They moved the fences in this ballpark. They made it a little bit easier for home runs. This used to be absolute Death Valley. And there's the hop that Kipe's talking about, right at the top of the wall. They lowered the fences.
Here's Crawford, who doubled in the fourth. Crawford's ball went right over the bag at first. He also had an infield hit in the second. Now 1 ball and 1 strike. One and two. Fernandez is throwing ticked off now. He's got 80 pitches.
And you should have 75 or less at the end of the fifth, so he's a little over where he should be. But you're absolutely right. He's muscling up here.
Two and two. Tying run at second base. Crawford stays alive.
Such a big sweep to that power slider he comes at you with. And you really have to fight to stay with it. I mean, a little easier for the left-handed hitter because the break is coming into you. But because of the size of the break and the power of it, with the velocity, it's still not an easy assignment to try and defend it.
Crawford taps it foul to Billy Hayes.
Perfect throw, Billy Hayes.
Nice block.
And I really think that was the message that Real Muto went out there to talk to Fernandez. He said, look, you got this guy's the leading RBI guy in this team. You got an open base. Throw that stuff down below the strike zone. Don't give this guy much to hit. Marlins know that Hunter Pence has been cold and he's on deck. But this is where strikeout guys can get stubborn.
And he rolls another one. Foul.
And those really are good pitches. I mean, that's exactly where Real Muto wants them. And by stubborn, I mean, they just think they can strike anybody out in any situation. Look, when you're striking out 13 guys every 9 innings, I mean, you think that way. You think if you want to, you can reach back and you can blow your stuff right through a guy. But when you have an open base and you have a guy who's comfortable in RBI situations, you kind of have to steer clear of him. It's just game management.
Got him, and that'll end the inning. Giants on the board.
Let's take it on the Rockies in Colorado. Coors Field, and Ichiro steps up and with the swing of the bat becomes the 30th player in Major League history to record 3,000 hits. The triple was off of Chris Russin, the second player all time with a triple for his 3,000th hit. The other one, Paul Molitor. And for all of us in the Giants organization, Ichiro, we salute you. Congratulations. Didn't start playing in the big leagues until he was 27 years old after playing 10 years in Japan.
And Fernandez takes a call strike. Fernandez bounced out to Nunez in the 3rd inning. 2-1 Marlins. Bottom of inning number 5. Cueto shoots this one to Fernandez, and he lines it into center field for a base hit. See more notes on Ichiro in the 3,000 hit club. He's the 30th player in Major League history to do it. Second to do it with a triple. Paul Molitor did it in 1996. Mike mentioned the years he played in Japan, where he almost picked up 1,300 hits. Gordon with a bunt attempt, and it's foul.
Before the game, Barry Bonds around the batting cage, giving him a hug. A lot of respect each guy has for the other. And they talk hitting.
Outside to Gordon. Gordon singled in the 1st. Bounced out to 3rd in the 3rd. So Bonds was 65 hits shy of 3,000 swing. Going to miss 1 and 2.
Well, with all the intentional walks that he had, it does make you wonder if they would have pitched to him, how many hits he would have amassed, how many more home runs he would have had. He'd made a run at 800 homers. Watching Jose Fernandez over at first base, and I don't think he's enjoying being on the base paths.
On the ground to Crawford. Crawford, they get one, and that's all they'll get with the speedy Gordon. Make sure you get one out for sure with Gordon running, and that's what they did. And here's Prado. Cueto threw 28 pitches in the first 3 innings, and then he threw 26 pitches in the 4th.
Very good with strike 1 tonight. So important. First 19 hitters he's faced, he's had strike 1 16 times.
Foul over the backstop. It's 0-1.
17 for 20. And that's another reason why Marlins have been aggressive on the first pitch. Cueto, like all good pitchers, I mean, you don't want to get into a 2-strike count with Cueto. He's got too many ways he can put you away. So you try and take advantage of the first strike he's going to come at you with. And that seems to have been the philosophy of a lot of these Marlins hitters. They've been aggressive.
Next pitch for Cueto will be number 65. Down low. Gordon does not go, and it's now 3-1.
Yeah, he may go this 3-1 pitch.
And, you know, one of the reasons he'll go is because he's a base hit with the other. You mentioned it earlier. Prado leads the National League in 18 grounding into double plays. Not go, and that's fouled out of play.
That's something you don't often see. I mean, you'll see a base runner take his lead, and then when the pitcher starts his motion, he'll go back to the bag. You'll see that with a left-hander. You don't see that very often with a right-hander. So D. Gordon, I mean, going back to the bag.
Well, if he doesn't go here, then there's something wrong with it. He goes. Foul back.
Well, nothing wrong with him.
Three and two.
throw that ball away by your first baseman with Gordon's speed.
Yeah, he might score.
He might score.
He goes. And another foul out of play. Two guys getting a workout, Cueto and Gordon. Dodgers and Phillies will play later on tonight. Gordon goes. Wrap to left. Pagan back. Looking up. Gone. Prado hits his 6th of the year, and it's 4-1. And another 3-2 pitch that hurts Johnny Cueto.
Well, with Yelich and Giancarlo Stanton backing him up, he doesn't want to walk him, and this ball really was out of the strike zone. This is a top-hander right here, and Prado defending the strike zone or right across the letters, puts a charge on it, and it elevates on contact, and that one hurts.
So here's Yelich. Yelich takes wide, 1 ball and no strikes. Yelich drives one to right center field. Hit well. Pence looking up. Gone. Back to back, and it's 5-1.
Number 12 for Yelich. And the yard out in left center is getting a workout. Another mistake up. So Dave Righetti going to come out. Giants going to get something going in their bullpen. I mean, this is just bang bang. 2 pitches, 2 swings, 3 runs on the board. And they can't get that bullpen going fast enough.
So George Cantos getting loose. Stanton singled in the 4th inning. And the first pitch is wide, 1-0. Well, if there's ever a guy to try to go for hitting 3 in a row, this would be the guy.
There's not one Marlins fan that's sitting in this ballpark tonight that's not thinking home run when this guy steps in the box. And this is a chart of all of his home runs and the pitch that he hit out of the middle of the plate.
So down the ground to Crawford, and Crawford will take this time. Two outs, and here's Ozuna. Ozuna hit by pitch in the 4th. Bounced out to Crawford. He's 0 for 1. And a bouncing ball, and this one will be cut off by Nunez. And that'll end the inning. 3 runs on the board, 2 home runs. Prado and Yelich. Giants have some work to do. 6. It's our Togo's Big Play the Togo's way on July 18th, 1970. Talking about 3,000 hits. Here's Willie Mays.
0-2, Wegener delivers. Mays hits it in the left field. There goes number 3,000. Willie Mays gets his 3,000th base hit.
And he hit it off of the Expos' Mike Wagner in July of 1970. And he did it at home. Here's Pence. Pence with a swing and a miss. We were a little surprised that the Marlins didn't work it so that Ichiro would do it at home. He did it yesterday in Colorado. Pence breaks his bat on a little pop-up, and Gordon's going to catch it, 1 out. And here's Panik. Panik has hit a fly ball to right, and then in the 4th inning he drew a walk. And a fastball for a strike.
Well, the breakdown of the Ichiro hit career: 2,444 singles, 350 doubles, 93 triples, 113 homers. Just a great player, and really made the game better. Made it easier for players to come out of Japan, Korea, Taiwan. And just exciting. I mean, he just absolutely lit up Seattle when he first put on a Mariners uniform, and absolutely captured the imagination of the entire baseball world, because he was making it look easy.
Panik out swinging. 6 strikeouts for Fernandez. And here's Nunez. I think that's an important message to send, that when he came over to play from Japan, he's representing a whole country. He's representing a country full of ball players. They were trying to see, well, how is our countryman going to do against the major leaguers? As Nunez takes a strike. Well, it didn't take very long that he fit in perfectly.
Well, his first year he had 350 with 242 hits. And then 3 years later he had 262 hits, hit 372, and that set a single season hit record that has stood for, well, since 1920. He beat George Sisler's old record of 257.
Nunez popped out and then hit a line drive that was caught by Ozuna in the 4th. Here he takes it in the dirt.
But I do think that all of his fans in Miami would have loved to have seen him break that record, or establish that personal record, and join the elite, had he been able to do it here at the home yard. Remember when Willie Mays was sitting on 599 home runs and they were in San Diego and he wasn't going to play? He wound up coming into a pinch hit roll and he hits one out, number 600. Bye-bye baby bonanza. It was a great call by Lon Simmons. We get to see
In the dirt, 2-2.
Then Tony Gwynn. I mean, he was getting close to 3,000 and he was in Montreal, I think the last day of a road trip. And he joins the 3,000 hit club there. And it happened for Ichiro in Colorado.
It's 3-2. Next pitch will be pitch number 99 for Fernandez. Giants is fouled out of play again.
He was on it. Because I think it was cool that he hit a triple to join the club. Only 2 guys have done that of the 30 that have.
And the payoff. And another foul.
100 pitches on the night for Fernandez.
Hit up the middle, and it'll be a base hit for Nunez. And it all started with 2 outs. And here's Gregor Blanco. Gregor's coming up. See if Gregor Blanco can get into a good rhythm, because he has not been in a good rhythm. Now the Marlins are going to get the bullpen working. Juan Nieves. So here's Blanco.
So Juan Nieves, the pitching coach, killing a little time. Giants have sat George Contos down, and Jake Peavy has started to throw in the Giants pen.
So here's Blanco.
Hunter Cervenka, the lefty in the Marlins pen, one of 2 lefties they have.
Blanco out of play.
He wasn't waiting around.
See the line for Cueto. The long ball got him tonight. Yelich got him tonight, basically, and Prado. Outside to Blanco.
If the score stays 5-1, I think you're going to see Peavy come out of the pen for the Giants. If the Giants were to score a couple here, you might see Contos. There's Cervenka.
This may be Fernandez's last hitter. Two and two.
Well, I believe you're right. The left-handed hitting span, the top of the Giants lineup coming up. And I think that's why Don Mattingly got Cervenka, the lefty, up.
Fair ball. Side retired. It remains 5-1. Marlins.
by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. And by Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience TV.
Well, the New York Mets are coming to San Francisco August 18th to the 21st, and Friday, August 19th is Beatles Tribute Night, a 50-year anniversary of their final live concert at Candlestick Park. Your special event ticket will include an Abbey Road-inspired Giants t-shirt and a ticket to see the Giants take on the Mets. Go to sfgiants.com/special events and check it out.
Here it's 5-1 Marlins when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and brake experts.
New pitcher now for the Giants will be Jake Peavy. Third time he's come out of the bullpen. 5-9 with a 5.53 ERA.
And Real Muto will offer at the first pitch, and it's a swing. You're going to miss. Peavy pitched on Saturday. There you see his numbers. And this is down low. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And he's definitely in the learn mode. I mean, Peavy, who's been a starter his whole career. Trying to learn how to come out of a pen.
Hit down the right field line. Pence will give chase, but that'll be out of play. Pence gets into that corner and we lose him.
The biggest difference in starting and relieving really is get loose. Starters normally throw more pitches, take a little time. They'll take 15 minutes on average to get loose prior to a start, whereas you're coming out of the bullpen, you don't have that kind of time. Half if you're lucky. I once asked Scott Garrelts, who was a starter and a reliever and a closer for the Giants, how do you warm up at the pen? He goes, easy. I just pick the ball up and start throwing it as hard as I can.
Get on the ground to Crawford. Crawford on to Belt. One out here in the 6th, and that'll bring up Dietrich.
The one thing you have to do when you're warming up at the pen is you have to establish your fastball first. If you can do that, everything you can throw off the fastball, slider, changeup, curveball. But once you've established the velocity in the field of the fastball, and you can throw it on both sides of the plate, you're ready. And some guys can do it, especially on a night like tonight where it's warm and you've got some humidity. You can do it in 8 to 10 pitches easy.
Dietrich takes low.
I mean, that's a quick hump if you're getting an 8 to 10 pitch to get ready. But you're also going to come out in the main diamond, you're going to get another 8.
Now Dietrich steps out.
And generally speaking, managers and bullpen coaches, they like to get you a few more throws like that, 12, 15. But then there's the other intangible. So you're going to assume that you're going to get into a game when you start getting up. Well, that's not always the case. You may sit down. Now you have to come back and you get another call the next inning to get going. You got to learn how to do that.
Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 1 strike.
One thing you can't do is basically throw your ball game and lose all your stuff in the pen. So it's really something that Jake Peavy's trying to learn.
Ooh, very close.
That was right there. He just didn't get it.
And that's pulled foul. I don't know how he hit that.
That was going right for Adrianza. Heads up, A-Ray. You don't want to get on that list of being guys hitting the dugout like A-Ray Adrianza or Eugenio Velez.
Dietrich steps out.
Hey, Eugenio Velez was a ball magnet. That ball would find him. King of the ugly finders.
Driven into right center field. That'll be a base hit. Span will pick it up, and Dietrich's got a 1-out double.
Now they lowered the fences here. They brought him in a little bit, but it still feels like a big yard. Just feels like the gaps here are bigger than other gaps.
It really does. There's Ichiro on deck. And a strike to Echeverria. Echeverria is flied out and he's bounced out. And a breaking ball down low. The Giants are going to have to play catch up. They trail by 4. They got 9 outs left in this game. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Peavy taking some time as he looks into Buster Posey. Got him.
So fastball payoff pitch away.
And now the crowd is going to stand for Ichiro. Peavy's going to let it stand out there for a while as he stands way off the back of the mound. Buster Posey's going to get out of there, so it's Ichiro's moment and nobody else's. Pretty classy move.
Baseball royalty in 2 countries.
And it's wide, 1-0.
He's in the Ichiro club.
And this pop-up is straight back and out of play.
Plus, I mean, Ichiro also did something that doesn't happen very often in Major League Baseball. I mean, he kind of just went by one name. He only needed one name. Right up there with Adele.
Outside to Ichiro, 2 balls and 1 strike. Nope. 3-1. Swing and a miss. 3-2. I don't think Ichiro wanted to take a walk, to be honest with you.
I agree with you. After watching that swing, he wants to swing it.
Three and two with 2 outs. And he bounces this one to Panic, and that'll end the inning. No runs, a double. We'll head to the 7th. 5-1 Marlins. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Good pitching matchup tonight with Cueto and Jose Fernandez. And you know Fernandez was going to be tough. Cueto went 5 innings, allowed 5 earned runs through 76 pitches. Fernandez is out of the game, and he left with a 4-run lead as he allowed an earned run, a couple of walks, and 6 strikeouts. It's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change, tune-up, and brake experts.
So that'll bring in the left-hander Hunter Cervenka. This is what he's done in 51 games with the Braves and the Marlins. 1-0 with a 3.09 ERA. 3-pitch guy. He's got a fastball that goes low to mid-90s and a curveball and a slider combination. 36 strikeouts, but he'll walk guys. He gets a little wild hair up his nose. 23 walks is a lot.
So Span takes a strike. Bernard Span is 1 for 3. Singleton scored in the 5th. Rojas is now at first. Tardy 1-2. Pagan and then Belt. Foul back. So Span stays alive. 1-2. In the dirt, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Giants will send out Matt Moore tomorrow.
Well, the Florida native. For Matt Moore, I mean, he's got to be right at home here in the climate, the atmosphere. Used to playing indoors. Giants got him from Tampa. I was pretty excited coming to the ballpark today, knowing that there was not going to be any rain delays. Think about all the hours that we sat.
Absolutely amazes me what happens at our age as to what excites us.
I know. Yeah, that's kind of scary. But they did a great job here. This is spectacular. But I mean, I've always liked, when you look at the schedule, if the last city that you play in has a dome in it, because yeah, hey, it's getaway day. You're coming home after the trip. You don't want to have any rain delays.
I don't know what you're talking about. Weather was perfect in Philadelphia
and Washington. And there's a look at the ballpark from the outside.
What happens when we go to Seattle?
Dome.
Perfect.
Perfect. Well, we've never seen a cloud in Seattle.
Ever.
And we're not exaggerating. They say it rains up there, but we don't believe them.
Span shoots it up the middle. Echeverria is going to bounce around and make no play. It'll be a hit for Span. And that's how it all started.
An infield single.
One of these decades, that's going to work.
Well, hey, you know what? It's how it starts, though. And then you try and do what Bochy always professes: keep the line moving. So a nice 2-strike at bat, right back up the middle.
That clipped the bag.
Caught it. Could have caught a piece of it. Pretty impressive range to his left for Echeverria, but I just wanted to see how he was going to throw it once he laid out for it, and couldn't do it.
Pagan hit a line drive that carried out to Stanton in the 5th. He's 0 for 3. Low.
One thing we have continuously seen as the Giants go into play teams that aren't in their division is that they will load up lefties in their bullpen.
And strike. Span with his lead, and Pagan rolls it foul. It's 1-2.
You know, in this time of year, we always talk about August being the dog days. In the last road trip the Giants had when they played the Yankees in New York, it felt like the dog days. It was 97 and it was very, very humid. It doesn't feel like the dog days here in the domed environment.
Down the right field line, and that's a base hit. So Span's going to go to third. Pagan wisely puts on the brakes, otherwise he'd have been out. And the Giants have runners at the corners.
Down 4 runs is not the time to gamble. Nice at bat. So two strike at bats here, and the Giants have something going. And here comes the big boys. Tried to go in with the target. They left it out with a play at the belt. He defends it well. Throws a little flare down the right field line. And here's where he gets smart. Oop.
Now you can't be stubborn and think that I can make it. He did not. Here's Belt. Belt a walk and 2 strikeouts. relieved that he doesn't have to face Jose Fernandez. Maybe not.
Well, he's just setting him up. That's his whole philosophy of this bat. Really, really bad on the first breaking ball you see, and then look breaking ball the rest of the at bat, because you're going to see more of them.
Foul, 0-2. This is the third straight at bat for Belt that before he even realizes it, it's no balls and 2 strikes.
Nick Wittgren, the right-hander, thinking about one guy, Buster Posey.
Belt takes it, 1-2. Span is at third. Pagan is at first. Belt rolls it foul again. So Belt battling right now. And a check to first, and back easily is Pagan.
Yeah, don't get picked off. Not down 4 runs. It's not the ultimate buzzkill, but it's up there.
Tight, 2-2.
Ron Modus, the acting manager tonight. Steve Decker.
Belt hits a high fly ball to right. Stanton back at the wall. It's off the wall. Span scores. Here comes Pagan. He scores, and it's 5-3. And finally, we've got some Giants fans here tonight.
2 or 3 2-strike base hits in a row. Get it in, little cutter out over the plate, and he hits it. And he starts measuring. He thinks he's got a chance to get it out of here. And for Pagan, he had to wait to see if Giancarlo Stanton was going to catch that.
He almost did.
He almost did.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy. Oil change and auto service. Your oil change tune-up in brake experts. We'll be back.
Out here in the top of the 7th inning. And we're going to show you what we think is our Ford Wright choice. The third 2-strike swing of the bat that produced a base hit for the Giants. This one off the bat of Brandon Belt. He almost knocks it out of here, gets it over the head of Giancarlo Stanton. About halfway up the wall. Hey, that's our Ford Wright choice. Knocked in 2, puts himself in score position. Still nobody out.
So Belt now at second.
So the new pitcher now for Miami will be the right-hander Nick Whitgren. Whitgren coming into his 32nd game, 3-1 with a 2.70 ERA. 34 strikeouts against 7 walks, and he's got a sinking fastball. It'll go low to mid-90s. Got a hard slider and a changeup.
And Buster stands in. He doubled in the 5th. He's 1 for 3 tonight. And he takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Really did not know that he was going to get a hanging breaking ball.
No, he's up there looking for sink. This guy throws a lot of fastballs, and that's what he'll sit on.
A healthy rip, and it's now 0-2.
And that's the one he was looking for. Not fooled a bit there. Posey 18 for his last 49, hitting 367 with runners in scoring position.
And he protects and he shoots it foul.
Man making a play. Part of the Sailfish Nation.
Yep.
Otherwise known as a Marlin fan. That crossfire and the release that he has pounding that outside corner. I mean, this is the type of a pitcher that Posey will take to right field.
And he shoots us in the left center field, a base hit. Here comes Belt. Buster Posey makes it 5-4. He's starting to get that swing back.
Stay hot, Buster Posey. So he gets a breaking ball, another 2-strike base hit. This one middle in just sort of lays right out over the middle when the break comes across the strike zone, and Posey takes it right back up the middle. Excellent bat hit control.
So here's Crawford. Crawford is 2 for 3.
The line keeps moving.
And Crawford takes wide. 1 ball and no strikes. Nobody out. The first 4 hitters here in the 7th have all picked up base hits.
And it all started with a base hit up the middle.
There's a strike to Crawford. Hunter Pence to follow. Crawford with a mighty swing and a foul straight back. It's 1-2. Well, you know, the skipper is watching somewhere. He's maybe watching the local feed here in Miami. He's got his iPad. He could be watching us. And that pitch is high, 2-2.
That was
If
tough.
he's watching the local feed and the announcers say they're wishing him well, maybe that's true. If he's watching us, we mean it. Crawford out of play.
Well, as popular as Bruce Bochy is, I'm sure they mean it.
Everybody would mean it.
You're right. So Ron Wotus managing in the place of Bruce Bochy tonight. Bruce Bochy, as you can see, expected back tomorrow.
Crawford on the ground and into right field. Buster Posey is going to go for 3, and the Giants have the tying run at third with nobody out.
Another 2-strike knock.
And that is one that Brandon Crawford will take.
He hadn't had one of those in a while.
Yeah, you don't give those back.
So once again, here comes Juan Yepes with Rojas, the first baseman, playing even with a bag. I mean, he just couldn't get back to have a chance to catch the height of that bounce.
So Pence is going to hit. And he's going to hit with Posey at third and nobody out. That's a case where it's also smart hitting by Crawford. Don't hit it hard enough so that Posey can get to third.
Yeah, veteran move right there.
Pence is 0 for 3. And a strike, and it's 0-1.
Perfect location, outside corner for strike one. And from Pence's perspective, 1 to measure. Now you need 1 to rake.
Target is in, and Pence cannot hold up. It's 0-2. I mean, you can see the eagerness of Hunter Pence. Just trying to get it going, trying to contribute.
Well, he's been pulling off the ball a little bit. He hasn't quite got the drive through the outside part of the plate, which will signify that he's locked back in. That's a paralysis fastball right there, and I mean, you can't make a better 0-2 pitch than that.
Well, there's no sense swinging at this.
Yeah, but for a guy who's aggressive, he'll oftentimes get after it. Some umpires even give. They set the target completely off the plate. That pitch was out there by design.
Pence lines one into center field, a base hit. Posey scores, and this game is tied.
6 2-strike base hits in a row.
And how did it start?
With a little ground ball up the middle.
And here's Panic.
Brian Ellington now up for the Marlins.
Hunter Pence coming through.
Oh, and the theme is, you know, get 2 strikes on you.
Joe Panic 0 for 2. And Joe lays down a bunt, third base side, and it's foul. Jose Fernandez, no decision. Johnny Cueto, no decision.
Yeah, he spit the hook, and they picked him up.
Nobody out. Panic. No balls and 1 strike. Crawford and Pence are your base runners. And pickoff play put on, and choosing not to throw was Wittgren. Oh, and 1. And the bunt, and it's perfect. "5-4" on the sacrifice bunt. And Nunez is going to hit with runners at second and third. And Connor Gillespie has now stepped out, and he's in the on-deck circle.
So Ron Moda's given up an out to move runners up in scoring position. And that's going to be it for Wittgren, as here comes Don Mattingly looking for a strikeout pitcher in a strikeout situation, and he's going to Ellington.
Ellington's throwing like he's not ready. He's ready. So, new pitcher, the third one here in the 7th. The Giants have tied it up. Back in the Bay Area, pregame live will start at 3:30, and then the game at the top of the hour, just like today. It'll be the Giants and the Marlins. And as we mentioned earlier, and you can see it, by the way, right here on CSN Bay Area, we mentioned that you'll get another look at Matt Moore, who will be making his second start in a Giants uniform. So you say strikeout pitcher? Is that what this guy is?
Yes, he is. And Brian Ellington, coming in for his 13th game, started out the season in New Orleans, did well there, earned the promotion, and he's got 13 strikeouts in 13 innings. Hard thrower. You're going to see mid to high 90s and occasional 100-mile-an-hour fastball with a hard slider and a changeup.
Infield is back. Nunez is 1 for 3. And that goes to the backstop, and the Giants take the lead. That is not exactly how Don Mattingly had it written up.
You're right. That's the last thing he was thinking about. And Real Muto, the catcher for the Marlins, he had none chance. I mean, this is high velocity, and I mean high velocity, high 90s, and just like that, the Giants on top for the first
now
time.
The infield is in. Swing and a pop up, and this is going to come back and out of play. Yeah, the ball that went off the glove of Realmuto was registered at 100 miles per hour.
Now, this kid does not lack for stuff, and he's a little spooky because he doesn't always know where it's going, as we found out early on.
I guess what you do then is, if you're Realmuto, you put your target right down the middle of the plate.
Well, there's no guarantee he's going to hit it either. I mean, that last play where Realmuto had to go across his body at 99, that's not an easy play for a catcher. And with a runner on third, he is the most uncomfortable player on the field.
Way outside, not close. It's 3-1.
My respect for Realmuto is improving with each pitch. Those last two definitely had a chance to get thrown by him.
And if you're Pence, you know that.
And if you're Nunez, you look fastball.
He does, and this is not going to do it. 2 outs. And here's Connor Gillespie. This will be the 9th Giant to hit here in the 7th. And this guy's been hot. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. Denard Span, who led the inning off with a little ground ball up the middle, he's on deck. Will Smith is throwing in the bullpen. Out of play. 99 from Ellington. Will Smith gets the top of the order. Belt had the only extra base hit in the inning as he doubled off the wall over the head of Stanton. Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike.
That's a long arm action. It really looks like a sling coming at you.
Much better suited to be comfortable as a left-handed hitter.
Yeah, I think so. I think hitting right-handed off this guy would have some definite disadvantages.
Gillespie drives it into center field. Ozuna's got a beat on it, and he puts it away. Way out into left center field. So the Giants put 5 runs on the board on 6 hits. And they take the lead. It's 6-5 San Francisco. Giants have come back. It's 6-5. When it's time for a change, think Speedy. Oil change and auto service, your oil change tune-up and brake experts.
So Will Smith enters the bottom of the 7th inning. This is what he's done in 31 games with the Brewers and the Giants. 1-4 with a 4.13 ERA. We've seen a fastball. It's low 90s. 2 good breaking balls. Curveball, slider.
Breaking ball to Gordon is high. Gordon is 1 for 3. In at third is Nunez. 2-0, thinking that Gordon may lay down a bunt.
Well, a 1-1 ball game, keeping him off the base paths because of his speed is huge.
And he got Gordon to swing at a ball. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. That's going to lift high and foul and out of play down the left field line. This guy miss it?
Yeah, remember the guy with the phone? He almost had a chance to redeem himself.
I don't know.
And
He looks to me like he's a little down.
yeah, he is. The guy with the glove missed the play too.
Yeah. 3-2.
All right, let's take a look. No, that guy never moved it. Now the guy with the glove, he's got to make a play. But the other guy who dropped one earlier, he never left his seat. He's over it. Kind of. Sort of, maybe. Well, not really.
Hit up the middle and a base hit.
So a nice 2-strike at bat from D. Gordon, and just like that, the Marlins have speed.
Here's Prado. Prado is walked. He's popped out, and then against Cueto in the 5th, he hit a 2-run home run. It's down the left field line. Pagan cuts it off. His throw goes to second, and it's a double. So before you can blink an eye, the Marlins have runners at second and third with nobody out.
2 consecutive pitches. Prado getting that fastball, digging it out in the inside corner. And a nice play for Pagan. I mean, he had a chance to get the runner at second, but he also prevents D. Gordon from scoring. So now it becomes a strikeout situation here for Smith as he faces Christian Yelich. This will be his last hitter.
And a strike to Yelich. Yelich, 2 hits tonight, a double, a home run. Stanton's on deck. You do have a base open, depending on what happens here to Yelich, as Derek Law is getting loose. Two.
Curveball. So again, it in curveball, strike 1. Then he lowers it on the outside corner for swing and miss, strike through. Strike 2. And he's also got a hard slider that is a little bit quicker.
to. He can throw that pitch 2 more times.
Just played Buster Posey.
Panik is going to knock it down. Prado's going to try to score. He does. And the Marlins take the lead. Yelich has got 4 RBIs in this game. And Smith is coming out.
Well, a good 2-strike at bat from Yelich. Got a pitch that was up. And that was the mistake. He's making a location mistake up in the strike zone to a guy that does a lot of damage in 2-strike counts.
So Smith doesn't retire anybody, and Derek Law is coming in. Not do it. The Marlins have scored twice, and Smith is out and Derek Law is in.
Take a look at what Derek Law has done in 44 games his rookie year. He's been very, very good. 42 strikeouts against 6 walks in 42 innings. Mid-90s fastball, 3 times specialty pitch, and he's coming into a situation where he'll be thinking strikeout for a guy who strikes out a lot.
Stanton is 1 for 3. Get on the ground to Crawford. Crawford to Panik. Panik to Belt. Well, that's a double play.
Or he'll take the double play.
So that'll quiet things down for now, and that'll bring up Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna 0 for 2. And a call strike. And it's 0-2.
Good, quick breaking ball. It's a great look as really can see the type of break that Law has on his breaking balls. That last pitch, he calls it a slider, but it's a curveball. If you watch the hand action on it, we also talk about the grip that he has, which is unusual. Holds it with 3 fingers on top of the ball, which is rare.
And this pop-up is just to our right. And it stays at 1-2. And he got him as he quick pitched him, and that'll end the inning. So Marlins retake the lead, and now the Giants have to go back to work.
Through the 17th, and Monday, Tuesday, those are 7:15 games. Wednesday, 17th, you can join us for day baseball in the city at 12:45. Go to sfgiants.com/tickets. Love to have you come out and check out the Buccos.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy. Oil change and auto service. Your oil change tune-up in brake experts.
So, Kyle Bearclaw out of Wilcox High School in Santa Clara. Went to St. Mary's, Bay Area kid. He's had a nice solid season for these Marlins. 6-2 with a 2.76 ERA. Look at the strikeouts, 79 in 49 innings. He's got mid to high 90s velocity that he can sink and cut. He's got a hard slider to change up. And nobody really squaring him up. The league hitting $175 against him. So tonight he will be the setup man.
Facing Denard Span, who led off the 7th with a base hit. Giants at that point in the game, they were trailing by 4. Now they trail by 1. Two balls and no strikes. He will walk a few.
Oh yeah, he could absolutely get a wild hair up his nose. A lot of guys down there in that Marlins bullpen that have great stuff, and they will walk. Great opportunity.
3-0. Span will be taking. And he will take a strike. Not so sure he'll be taken here, but he'll make sure it's a good pitch, you would think. And the walk.
And the one thing that Don Mattingly did not want to see was Speed given a free pass to start off the inning. So Real Muto is going to come out and tell Bearclaw, hey, you're overthrowing. Throw at a speed you can command.
Pagan singled in the 7th. He's 1 for 4.
So the thrower to first base, Don Mattingly called that from the bench. He wanted to see if Pagan was going to show a bunt.
High and away, 1 ball and no strikes. Span started to jump around like he may have been thinking of going. I mean, Bearclaw right now is worried about throwing strikes.
And you get a little more deliberate, take a little more time to unload. You're not thinking about the slide step. You're thinking about just throwing something in the strike zone.
Span goes. Here's the throw. And he stole it.
And he got a good pitch to go on. They went with a 1-0 breaking ball. Marlins are looking at this one. It was an unbelievable play from Echeverria, the shortstop, to dig out the ball on a 1-hop and kind of 360s the tag onto Span. And Tim Wallach, the bench coach, just shook his head and said, no, he was safe.
So a walk and a stolen base, and it's 2 balls and no strikes to Angel Pagan.
Now for Pagan, it's get him over or get him in. And for Bearclaw, he'll try and strike him out now.
3-0.
I can't believe he called that. Oh, he did call it a strike. Yeah, I believe he called that 1-0 break a ball
He
strike.
got it. 2 balls and 1 strike. I think Pagan was happy that Bearclaw stepped off. Get frozen in a spot where a guy throws as hard as Bearclaw does. I'm going to be a little bit more relaxed.
So they do put a pickoff play on. Span not fooled at all.
Two balls, 1 strike. Three and 1.
He wants him to get after that breaking ball in the dirt, and Pagan's not biting. And there's nobody in the Marlins pen right now.
This will not be a pitch Pagan's going to take if he likes it. It's not even close.
Easy take.
And here's a guy that has a really good eye, Brandon Belt. Now,
so
here's the best pep talk you can find from Juan Nieves.
Juan Nieves going to come out and talk to Kyle Bearclaw. Bearclaw, 26 years old. I mean, he's still a young pitcher. And when you just walked a couple guys, you've got a little panic going on because you don't know if you can trust the fastball. And that last 3-1 fastball, it wasn't even close. The one thing you do know, I mean, the Giants, very unlikely they'll give up an out here to move runners up. They're going to let Belt swing. And the point you make about Belt is that he's very selective. He's not going to help a guy out who's wild. He knows his strike zone.
He doubled off the wall in the 7th inning to knock in 2. Span and Pagan have walked, and here's Belt. One ball and no strikes.
And showing him your strikeout pitch early in an at bat, it really can work against you. He opens up with a breaking ball, and I think the reason that Real Muto, the catcher, called it is just he's just trying to get him in the strike zone. After the 3-1 fastball he threw to Pagan, he can't trust it to call it. But he did tip his hand a bit, showing Belt that early breaking ball.
Belt fouls it back as he got a strike. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Buster Posey on deck. Giants have good speed on the bases. And Belt's going to ask for time. One pitch. Here it is. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Still nobody throwing down there in the pen.
Belt waits. And strike. It's 2-2.
Back door with the breaking ball. Belt not happy about that call.
Yeah. I don't know if he is. You're right. He is unhappy about this. He thought that pitch wrapped around.
It did. And the difference 2-2, 3-1 is night and day. Bearclaw, if he felt confident in his command, I mean, he's got a pitch to go out of the strike zone with him. But I don't believe he wants to get to another 3-ball count.
Belt rolls it foul. Throw a breaking ball.
Well, I think the message from Realmuto is that, look, if you're going to throw that breaking ball, you cannot hang it here. You got to throw it. Does not have an open base here.
Two pitch. Got him.
So that was the one he wanted. Realmuto wanted the breaking ball in the dirt, and he gets him to go fishing. And for Bearclaw, that is the strikeout that he was looking for. Doesn't hang it. He bounces it between home plate and Real Muto. And that in a 2-2 count was a perfect pitch.
Buster Posey 2 for 4 tonight. He's got a couple of RBIs.
That strikeout definitely relaxed Bearclaw.
So it's 0-1 to Buster Posey, with 54 runs batted in, with 2 tonight. Breaking ball, and he took a rip, and he hung it.
He did hang it. He had a good pitch to hit. So the one thing the Giants have done a great job of here the last couple of innings is hitting with 2 strikes. And here Posey in an 0-2 count.
Nice block. 1-2.
Yeah, Real Muto has definitely earned his paycheck tonight. He has made some nice saves on way wild fastballs. He's blocked well.
And the 1-2 to Buster Posey. Here it is. Look out. 2-2.
Now that'll curl your nose hairs. See the target, they want it inside. This thing comes up and goes right at the chin of Posey. And one thing we've noticed over the years watching Posey, when you do that to him, you make it better. Goes right back in on the hands with 96, and he gets the swing through strikeout. I mean, this could not be in a perfect place or a more perfect place than the pitch he throws. That's exactly where Real Muto wanted it. That was 96.
Well, Bearclaw's not out of the woods yet. Here's Crawford, who's got 3 hits tonight. Strike, and it's 0-1.
Straight away in the outfield. Slight pull in the middle of the infield.
Crawford, little jam shot, right field. Stanton coming in, he can't get it. This game is tied, and Pagan goes to third. Crawford's 4th hit. And here's Hunter Pence.
They go right in on the hands. Leaky a little bit out over the plate. Does not get the sweet spot. But he fights it off. And Stanton could not get the jump to get to it. And watch the reaction from the bench.
So Pence, who singled in the 7th.
Jose Fernandez, 6 innings, 6 hits, 1 run. His bullpen tonight, an inning and 2/3, 7 hits, 6 runs.
Pence in the dirt, 1-0. Well, you walk the leadoff hitter. We've seen it. A lot of times they just come back and get you.
And he walked the first 2 hitters. Put one in scoring position.
2-0.
Laz Diaz, first base umpire, saying no. Somebody in that Marlins bench will say, well, you didn't ask him quick enough.
2 balls and no strikes. That time they're going to say Pence went around. It's 2-1.
Well, they asked him quickly. All right, did he go? Yeah.
Crawford goes. It's 3-2. Crawford with his 4th steal of the year. Make that 2-2.
So Bear Claw does have a base here with 2 outs.
I don't think Hunter Pence is going to see a fastball here unless it's very high. So the Giants tie it up. And we'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Comcast Business will be hosted by Guy Haberman, and you'll see it tonight at 8 p.m. right here on CSN Bay Area. It'll be Middlecoff, it'll be Cranen, it'll be Dolich, and it'll all be coming up a little later. Sergio Romo's the new pitcher in a 7-7 ball game.
So Sergio Romo, the new pitcher now for the Giants.
Cut his hair off
He's
today.
come in.
I'm sorry. I said he cut his hair off today.
Yes, he did. Whole different look.
Here's Real Muto. strike, and it's 0-1. And a base hit. Well, both teams have gotten a leadoff hitter on a lot tonight.
They really have. And the bullpens have really been tested.
It's the 5th time the Marlins have gotten their leadoff hitter on. That's done it 6 times. Here's Rojas. Look for Rojas to bunt.
So you throw to first, see if he shows. He did not.
And a strike. And Rojas was showing bunt, chose not to.
So you check the runner, you throw over, you take your time, you do whatever you can to mess up his rhythm.
Munoz cheating in at third. And the bunt, and it's foul. It's 0-2. And if you're Rojas, you have to be glad that that ball went foul. Otherwise, Buster Posey's going to get that force play at second easily.
Man, probably the double play.
Echeverria on deck. And there it is. And Posey's going to second, and Crawford's going to first. And that's a double play. That is a nice double play turned by Posey, Crawford, Panik.
So I'm really a bit surprised that they stayed with the bunt in the 0-2 count, because it didn't look to me like Rojas was very comfortable at any point in time trying to bunt. Slider right out in front of home plate. And Crawford with some heat on him gets the ball over to Panik, and they go 2-6-4. And Rojas runs well, but not well enough.
So here's Echeverria. And that first pitch is down low. It's 7-7 here in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs. Look out, it's inside 2-0.
Fernando Rodney, who is the acting closer tonight. AJ Ramos is normally the closer, but he's got a little bit of a hand problem. Hardly recognize Fernando Rodney without the beard. If it wasn't for the hat, I'd have missed it.
Lined at Pagan, and that's going to end the inning. 9th inning coming up. Panik's going to lead things off. We go to the visitors' half of the ninth inning, and there's the new pitcher.
Fernando Rodney, who was the closer in San Diego, came over to Miami in a trade, became the setup man for A.J. Ramos. Tonight, however, he is going to act like the closer with credentials. 51 strikeouts in 45 innings. And when you take your at-bats against him, you're going to see a mid to high 90s fastball, still a hard thrower, and a great changeup. A two-pitch guy. But that doesn't tell you the whole story. I mean, he's a power arm with just a really great changeup.
And it'll be Joe Panik to hit first. Not a lot of history of these Giants hitters against Fernando Rodney. And Panik is going to take high, 1 ball and no strikes. Nunez. And then the pitcher spot. 2-0.
A little quick pitch there for Rodney.
So now if you're Panik, you sit on one and ambush it.
Why not? Eduardo Nunez on deck.
3-0. And the walk.
So, again, another leadoff gift. And Rodney's hearing some boos here from the Marlins fans.
Well, here's Nunez.
So, Nunez taking a long look at Roberto Kelly in a possible bunt situation.
There's a strike.
And that's a gift. And all Nunez can say is, wow. I don't blame him.
Adrianza is on deck. We are in the ninth. Nunez pulled the bat back as he showed bunt, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Nunez singled in the 6th. He hit a line drive to center field in the 4th. He's had a couple of good at bats. He's 1 for 4. Here he pops it up into center field. And Ozuna will make the catch. And here's Adrianza.
See the numbers for Adrianza. Minor leagues, I mean, he was lighted up. 6 home runs. 17 games, 14 RBIs. If Rodney doesn't pay attention to Panik, I mean, he'll go. He's got 5 steals on the year.
Swing and a miss. 0-1.
And there's the changeup. That is the signature specialty pitch for Rodney. Hunter Strickland. And one thing we've learned too about Rodney is he'll throw that changeup 8 times in a row.
Yes, he will.
He does not care. I did not recognize him without the beard. I honestly didn't. I said, who's the new guy out there? Well, it's
1-1 to Adrianza. 1-2 to Adrianza.
He was not thinking fastball there. Because this was 95 right by him.
That's a gift too. It's 1-2. On the ground. That's one, and that's it. Here's Span. Span has a couple of hits. He's also drawn a walk. He scored 3 times tonight. See if Adrianza has thoughts of going. Why not, right?
Why not?
You got your leadoff hitter at the plate.
Don Mattingly thinking the same thing. And that throwover was called by the bench.
Way out front on the changeup.
That was almost a balk. That was a no stop. Rodney, I mean, if you pick the right pitch, I mean, you can get a pretty good jump. He can get real deliberate. That time, a slide step, 95-mile-an-hour bullet, and a quick 0-2.
Adrianza goes, and the throw, and they got him. So Realmuto throws him out. That'll end the inning. And the bottom of the 9th is coming up.
Be that gentleman tonight. 4 for 5 night at double RBI. He was fantastic. He was our Honda player of the game. For Brandon Crawford, 3rd career game with 4 hits. The last time he did it was September of 2014. Second time he had done it against the D-backs. So the new pitcher now for the Giants will be Hunter Strickland. In 52 games this year, he's 3-1 with a 2.68 ERA, just about a strikeout an inning. And in those 43 2/3, he's allowed 46 base runners. Solid season. Righty's hitting a $196 off him. The whole league hitting 210.
And this is Chris Johnson, the pinch hitter, and he takes a strike. So Johnson, you see his numbers. He's got power. This is skied out into right center field. Span says I got it, and he does. And that'll bring up Gordon. Gordon has been on base 3 times. Once on a fielder's choice and then a couple of singles. And he rolls this one between the legs of Buster Posey, and it's 0-1.
Both teams came into this ball game with 4 extra men on the bench, and now each team has 1 extra guy left, and both teams have their backup catcher. Jeff Mathis, the backup catcher for the Marlins, would be their lone guy. Trevor Brown for the Giants.
Strickland throws one away. 1 ball and 1 strike.
We mentioned that the Marlins would prefer not to use A.J. Ramos today, their closer, which would mean they would have 2 arms left on in their bullpen. The Giants have 3. In case you're thinking about extra innings, which we are. But Hunter Strickland has to get 2 more outs in order to get there. That's the plan.
Dunn is in the bullpen. And it's high. Do not walk this guy. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. Strickland knows that.
Yeah, the whole world knows that. Walk a guy with great speed, not a good thing.
Slowly hit. Posey out. He throws, not in time. Nothing you can do.
I don't think you can get out of the squat any faster than Posey did, but the speed of Dee Gordon, you just don't have the luxury of getting out too far from home plate before you make your throw. And I don't care how much arm you've got. Take a look at Dee Gordon going down the line. That's 3.7 speed right there.
Perfect spot between home plate and the pitcher's mound for Dee Gordon. Here's Prado.
And the Giants fan, look at her reaction. Oh no, speed on the base paths. Yeah, priceless. a gamer. She knows the deal.
And Prado waiting for Gordon to go, and he didn't, and it's 0-1.
He's the perfect guy to have hit behind speed because he's a middle away guy. You're going to see a lot of fastballs away. Catchers like to throw off that location. And the other thing too about Prado is he's not in any hurry. He's not afraid to hit with 2 strikes, so he will give a guy a couple of chances to go.
Gordon goes. Posey's got a shot, and they got him. Gordon did not get a great jump, and you knew then Posey had a shot.
His accuracy has just been uncanny this year out of the squat. I had him at 185. And it's just right there for Crawford and Gordon, despite trying to swing wide with a hand tag. Had none chance. Beautiful.
And it's in the dirt. It's 2 balls and 1 strike.
If you can unload from the time you catch the ball as a catcher, you get that ball down to second base in 2 seconds. That's good. For Posey at 1.8. I mean, every 1/10 of a second is 3 feet. So that's how much you're cutting down that guy's chances of being able to steal that base. And then you throw accuracy on top of it.
Hit on the ground to Crawford. Crawford on the belt, and that'll end the inning. The value of a catcher who can throw, and it'll be the top of the order coming up.
New pitcher now, Mike Dunn, the lefty, coming in for his 26th time. 21 strikeouts against 8 walks in 23 innings. And if you take your at-bats against him, you're going to see a low to mid-90 fastball, curveball, slider. He can sink and he can cut the fastball.
And he is not new to the league. Giants saw Mike Dunn in the 2010 playoffs when he was with the Atlanta Braves. I recall Aubrey Huff got a big 2-out hit to tie Game 3 in that postseason first series in 2010. Johnson is now at first. Rojas is at third. And Span takes inside. Bernard Span was at the plate when Adrianza was thrown out. And here he looks at a strike. way outside.
So a look at the breaking ball. One thing we've always liked about Span is that he's patient, not in any hurry. Just one of those prerequisites you have to have if you're going to be a good leadoff hitter. Can't be afraid of the 2-strike count.
Breaks his bat and hits this one to Echeverria. And Span's gone. And here's Pagan. Angel Pagan tonight. He's got a base hit. He's drawn a walk. This guy's hanging in there.
Yeah, he's got the attitude. Rally hat on. Johnny Cueto dreadlocks.
And there's a strike. Swing and a miss. Another good 2. Now trying to give the Giants the lead here in the 10th. Pops this one up. Shallow right field. Is anybody going to get there? It'll be Stanton who makes the long running catch.
Wow, that is a great play. I wasn't even watching him. I was watching D. Gordon coming in. I didn't think Stanton had a chance. And he winds up going into a slide on his knees. Now, this is just a great play. I mean, this guy, 6'6", getting those long strides going, and he can eat up some ground here. Going down, and I mean, getting green knees. And Gordon gets out of the way, and it winds up being a sensational play from Stanton. And they get the out. And Mike Dunn,
Here's Belt.
applauds.
Belt takes low and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Strike. Belt has a double, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. One and 2.
94 to run in the inside corner in the hands. Right back in, same location. And Belt somehow lays off. Fan behind home plate want to know what the heck's going on.
All back.
See it getting ready.
That'll end the inning. It'll be Yelich, Stanton, and Ozuna coming up. 7-7. And here's the pitch to Belt. And we'll show you good calls and bad calls. And this, my friends, is a bad call. And Belt has every right to be upset. So Strickland, he will face Yelich. Yelich has 3 hits. He's got 4 RBIs in this game. And the pitch to Yelich is inside for a ball, 1-0. On deck is Stanton and then Ozuna. Strickland through 11 pitches in the 9th inning. And it's 2-0.
Three legs of the cycle for Yelich.
Wow. So with Belt, good not, and now a warning from Doug Eddings. And the whole point is the pitch he called to Belt was not a strike, and now the Giants want the same pitch.
That's exactly what's going on. The Giants see it. So Strickland trying to come all the way back from the 3-0. From here on out, next 4 hitters, lots of power.
Crawford is going to pick it and throw him out. Nice play. This is the one that Belt was upset.
Now this is strike 3. And here's the one that was ball 3. So I mean, they're both balls.
They're bald. Yeah, they are. Both of them are.
But if you're going to give one, you want the other one to be called the same way, especially if it creates a 3-0 count.
Here's Stanton. And it's 0-1.
Good slider. That's the one thing Strickland's figured out. They're not up there looking for that slider, and you can just throw it across the plate for the most part. Guys are going to be looking fastball off a guy that has high 90 velocity like Strickland has.
And it's 0-2.
Now you stretch it wide and hope he chases just like that. You just have to stay away from that zone. Those are the 24 home runs that Stanton has hit this year, and they're all right down the middle. Middle in.
Got him.
So, I mean, really great use of the slider. 0-2, you throw it down, hope he chases. See you later.
Look, home run guys, they get extra innings. What do you think they want to do?
They want to go home.
Absolutely.
They're getting hungry. They want to hit the spread.
They are going to expand. High to Ozuna, who, oh, by the way, he's got 19 on the year. So it's not like you can back off after you retire Stanton. This is foul back.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You cannot let Ozuna get extended. 19 bombs on the year.
Get out to right, Hunter Pence. Moving over and under, and that'll end the inning. Well, now it's the Giants' turn. They got Posey, they got Crawford, Pence, and Panik and Nunez coming up.
Through the 14th, you can come out to the ballpark early on Saturday, August 13th. That's this Saturday, and we're going to honor Giants Hall of Famer Gaylord Perry. The statue unveiling ceremony begins at 1 p.m. at the 2nd King Street Gate, and the first 20,000 fans will receive a replica Perry statue courtesy of Coca-Cola. sfgiants.com/tickets. Get you there. Come out and join us.
Here's Buster Posey to lead off the 11th. And he takes a pitch low and in. Crawford and then Pence. 2 balls and no strikes. The bullpen for the Marlins is quiet. Buster Posey pops this one out of play. 2-0 fastball.
2-0 fastball challenge out over the plate away. Marlins bunch the outfield on Posey. They give him the line in right field, and they really take away the right center field gap. I think he's going to go to the middle of the field.
Three and one.
Bit of an overthrow there from Dunn. Easy to do when you're pitching against guys with pop in their bat.
Three balls and 1 strike, and now timeout is called by Real Muto. Three and one. On the ground, foul. 3-2. So Dunn does not want to walk Posey. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Buster Posey fouls it out of play.
So he goes at him with a little slider at 87. I mean, it really wasn't a quality location that you would like to normally throw a slider to Buster Posey if you're a left-handed pitcher. But hey, it's a get-it-in slider, which is where he's kind of put himself in with a 3-2 count.
On the ground, foul. Cueto started. Fernandez started. Both no decisions. It's 3-2 to Buster Posey. And he walked him.
Boy, another base on ball. That's 3 innings in a row. They've walked the leadoff hitter. Or 3 out of 4, I beg your pardon.
So here's Crawford. Crawford's had a terrific night. He's had 4 hits tonight. He's learned something tonight that it doesn't always pay off to hit the ball hard. He tied the game with a 2-out base hit in the 8th. Swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike. Yeah, 8 out of 11. That's how many times in this game the Giants have gotten their leadoff hitter on.
Yeah, they've scored him 3 times so far with a chance to do it this inning.
Crawford takes high. Now the Marlins do get somebody up in their bullpen.
Dustin McGowan starts the process. Just aren't that many innings available down in that Marlins bullpen now.
Swing and a miss. 1-2. 24 pitches for Dunn. Posey at first. Pence to follow. And Crawford stays alive. He had to reach to stay alive on that swing.
He did well to fight that one off and get a piece. That was a good pitch. That was Mike Dunn's #1 hard slider. They set the target off the plate. And by the time he made contact with it, it was probably 4 inches off the plate.
Crawford stays alive again. This very well could be Dunn's last hitter. And another 1-2 pitch coming up to Crawford. And a rocket into center field, a base hit. Buster Posey is going to head to third. Here's the throw, and he makes it.
Ooh, don't get hurt.
And Buster hanging on. Get up, baby. And Crawford puts runners at first and third with nobody out.
Buster Posey really hit that base hard with his chest, it looked like. And he just stopped.
I think he probably scraped his face on the dirt. You're right.
And he's thinking third base the whole way. And you're taking on Ozuna, who's got a great arm. And it was his chin that took the. Oh, yeah. I mean, he crashes into it with his face.
You hit that dirt if it's wet. Watch his arms. And then when your arms go underneath you, you have no protection.
I mean, he seriously could have gotten hurt there. And I think he is absolutely feeling it.
So here's Pence. Hunter Pence in this game is 1 for 5.
He might be seeing stars.
Now the Marlins will pull the infield in. A walk and a line drive single for Crawford, his 5th hit. That's the first 5-hit game for Brandon Crawford.
That throw was just called, and there's no way that Mattingly is going to let Dunn continue against the right-handed Hunter Pence. But right now, it also allows Buster Posey to kind of get his senses back. I mean, he really got jolted going into that bag.
Again, if it's wet, your hands will not slide. And there's like 5 different ways you can get hurt there.
Wow.
So we're going to take a break. And hopefully everything intact. And the new pitcher is Dustin McGowan.
Still concerned from the Giants bench as Buster Posey continues to take inventory, and he was also feeling his forefinger on his throwing hand.
Yeah, I thought I read his lips, or he said I jammed my finger. So right now it's Hunter Pence facing Dustin McGowan. The infield is in.
Take a look at the numbers for Dustin McGowan. Another hard thrower, is averaging a strikeout an inning. Not a lot of guys are hitting him. The league hitting 182 off him. And you'll see mid to high 90s with the fastball velocity. He's got a hard slider and a changeup.
Crawford with his lead at first. And Pence takes a breaking ball for a called strike. Panic to follow. Pence fouls this one off the glove of Real Muto, and it's 0-2.
96 to run the inside corner with two-seam movement. Now the way he went in that bag, when he stuck on the ground because of the wet ground, I mean, a lot of things could have really gone wrong. Still trying to squeeze some life into that finger.
And stays alive.
Good 0-2 pitch. Somehow he caught a piece of it. Scratched his chin. You're going to feel that tomorrow.
Nice block. 1-2.
Right back down there again in the dirt with that hard slider.
Posey at third, Crawford at first. Realmuto can't find it, but he does. It's 2-2.
Well, it just did not trickle far enough away for Realmuto for Crawford to take advantage of it at first base.
Have a night, Brandon Crawford.
Oh yeah, 5 hits. Big hits. Hits they needed.
2-2 to Hunter Pence, battling Dustin McGowan. Got him.
So McGowan gets the strikeout that Don Mattingly wanted him to get. It's the 4th strikeout tonight for Pence.
So here's Panic. And they're going to walk Panic intentionally. They're going to walk him intentionally to go after Nunez.
It sets up a force at every base. Also allows McGowan to go after a right-handed hitter with that hard slider. Giants do not have anybody else on the bench other than a right-handed hitter, Trevor Brown.
And he is on the second step. There's Brown, but it'll be Nunez before Brown.
Those are the 5 guys remaining. They also have 4 starters, so Ron Modus does have the availability of guys that have come in. Madison Bumgarner, Jeff Samardzija has pinch run. So he's got a few more moves, but both managers have really don't have a whole lot of moves left. So Mattingly going to come out. They're going to talk about how they want to play this. How they want McGowan to go after Nunez. How they're going to set the middle infield, corner infield.
Unless they're still taking inventory. He scraped his right arm.
Oh man,
yeah, he's wondering why he's stuck into the ground. I don't blame him. Here's Nunez with the bases loaded, 1 out. He had an RBI opportunity in the 7th. Facing Ellington, and he popped out. In the dirt, and Realmuto now found it. It's 1-0.
I'm telling you, the guy has made some unbelievable plays tonight in the catcher's position for the Marlins, and you can add this last one to the list. I mean, from Nunez, I mean, all he could do is get his back foot out of the way. This is a hard sinker, and fastballs, you don't know what they're going to do. They could skim straight, they could come up high. all it turns into is just a ball.
Are they looking to see if Nunez got hit? Play on. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Foul. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And they're trying to bunch him on that inside corner. The best arms for the Marlins are in center and in right. They do not have a great arm with Yelich in left.
One and two.
Yeah, he swung at the fastball, but I think he was thinking breaking ball there. Got to put it in play if you're Nunez.
Two and two.
Nunez is a hard guy to walk. I mean, he's aggressive. And he can also hit a ball that's out of the strike zone. He is not a bad ball hitter.
Infield is in. So they are coming home. 2 and 2. On the ground. And that's 1. So they get the out at home. The bases remain loaded. For Trevor Brown.
So Dave Gresher, Giants head trainer, coming over to check him out.
So here's Brown. Brown can save the day. He's hitting at 262. Now the Giants need a hit or a mistake by the Marlins. And heads up Crawford. And a strike, and it's 0-1. You never know with McGowan. It may go to the backstop.
Well, anticipate it. As you come off third base, you get your secondary lead. Anticipate you will get a ball in the dirt.
Swing and a miss. Nothing in 2.
Jose Fernandez, starting pitcher for the Marlins, cheering his teammates on.
Oh, 0-2 to Brown. On the ground, into the hole. The throw to second. They got him. What a play by Echeverria. And that will end the inning. top of the 11th.
And we thought once it got past Rojas that they would have a chance with good speed from Nunez. But look at the play from Echeverria. Down on his knees very quickly. An acrobatic throw, an absolute strike to D. Gordon. And they get the out. And McGowan does one kind of a tightrope walk to get out of that inning without giving up a run. So the score stays tied. We're in the bottom half of the 11th, and now Giants bring in their closer, Santiago Casilla. 45th time that Casilla has come into a game. He's had a fine season, 51 strikeouts and 42 1/3. Giants have two more down in their bullpen, George Cantos and Javier Lopez. And then if you get beyond them, you're going to have to get into your rotation. It's probably going to be Jeff Samardzija if it gets to that. Of course, they don't want to get to that. But right now, they give the ball to Casilla and say, hey, get us to the 12th.
Here's Real Muto. And he almost hit him. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. Muto singled off of Romo in the 8th. There's a ball strike. And this is popped up. Panic or Belt, who's it going to be? It's going to be Panic who puts it away. One out. Here's Rojas. Rojas trying to bunt in the 8th inning, bunted into a double play. Fouls this one back.
He was trying to send everybody home.
A little yuckadoo, didn't he?
Oh, no question. Rojas doesn't have a home run of the year. He's trying to put one in his stat sheet right there.
Hit out to right. Will put it away.
So Andrew Cashner with his beard shaved. He just joined this club. I mean, he's going to be a starter, but they don't have anybody else in the pen. So he said, hey, I'll take the ball. And another guy you can't recognize. I mean, he had the Grizzly Adams beard when he was with the Padres. Policy here in Miami, no beards, no facial hair.
Two balls and no strikes. Swing and a miss. Trying to get to the 12th. Panic. Side retired. So it'll be the top of the order coming up for the Giants. And we will head to the 12th. And the Monday and Tuesday games, the 15th and 16th, will be night games at 7:15. Day baseball on Wednesday, the 17th. Pirates in town, sfgiants.com/tickets.
So onward to the top of the 12th inning, where the Giants get the top of their order to go.
So Denard Span is going to lead things off. And Span takes low.
You know, we talk about when teams not scoring any runs or going through a rough spot, as the Giants have gone through, how you have to grind. Well, that's exactly how this game feels. They are absolutely grinding. Down 5-1, they battle back, they take the lead, they give it back up.
Span hits one into the air to right field. One out. So here's Pagan.
But it's the time of year. Every game's a gut check, especially when you have to go into extra innings. Everybody's getting extended. You saw Casher down in the bullpen for the Marlins. He was the losing pitcher in Saturday's game between the Rockies and the Marlins. Threw 80 pitches in that loss, and now he might get in this game.
Pagan bluffs a bunt as he pulls in Rojas, who's at third. It's 0-1. On deck is Belt. Roll foul. It's 0-2.
Two-seam fastball, good sink. McGowan is showing good stuff.
One and two on the pitch in the dirt.
Good 0-2 pitch. of get in the mindset as a manager where you just worry about tomorrow.
Soft line drive into right field for a base hit.
And the bat head went out almost to the second base position. Raz Diaz, first base umpire, going out to get it. That was a good bat right there. Break your bat like that, get a base hit. That's a good bat. And watch the Psalm off right here. Oh yeah.
Here's Belt.
If the broken bat head was an Olympic event, that might have been a medalist right there.
Swing and a miss. Belt. He's 1 for 5. The double was very important. It knocked in 2 runs. But he has also struck out 4 times.
Well, the last at bat, he kind of had the bat taken out of his hands. Questionable call.
Pagan had a little bit of a lean going. He's 10 out of 13 in the stolen base department. Buster Posey is on deck. Pagan goes. And the throw. And they got him.
You know, Real Muto does not have a real strong arm, but he's got a very quick release. I mean, it's not a weak arm, it's an average arm by big league standards. And he's been throwing out over 30% of the runners. Something that was a weakness of his. He's really worked hard to make a strength, but that's just a quick exchange and an absolute strike, and Echeverria puts the tag on.
And a really good pitch to throw on.
It's almost like a pitch out.
1-1 to Belt. Well, Brandon Belt, lean on one here.
Well, he's got the count for it.
Get the barrel of the bat out and see what happens. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. High into left field for Yelich. And that'll end the inning. Bottom of the 12th coming up. Home half of the 12th. In the 11th inning, Buster Posey went hard into third And he kind of stuck in doing so.
He challenges a great arm right here. He stucks, and all of a sudden he turns into a shrimp cocktail. Watch the back legs kind of come up. The chin hits the bag. He jams his thumb or his forefinger into the bag. I mean, this really could have been a serious injury.
So Casilla now will face Johnson. And then the top of the order with Dee Gordon. And then the pitcher. Casilla through a clean 11th. A fly ball in the 9th inning off of Hunter Strickland. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Good cutter. Perfect location. Cutter really has become a nice pitch for Casilla. And it's rare when you have a guy who is a closer that can do so many things with the baseball. Sink it, cut it, curveball, slider, changeup. And he uses them all.
And a base hit. So Johnson opens up the inning with a base hit, and now you've got Speed at home plate, who's going to try to lay down a sacrifice bunt, and that can always create a problem.
Big time pressure on the corner infielders here. And Casilla is not an above average fielder fielding his position.
Well, softly hit. Crawford to panic, and what a great play.
Wow.
I was going to say, Mike, with Dietrich on deck and nobody up in the bullpen, there's no way they were going to bunt Gordon. If this works out. Now here's the play by Crawford.
I mean, it's absolutely perfect. And I mean, I was wondering how he's going to do it. I was thinking he's going to come to first. It was going to be close because of the speed of Dee Gordon, but he was thinking lead back the whole time.
So now McGowan will bunt.
Well, he did have a sac bunt back in 2008.
Yeah. Well, see how he does here. Remember, Gordon can also take off.
That's the strike he needed to throw. If they're going to give you an out, you've got to throw a strike.
If McGowan does indeed get the bunt down, then the Marlins likely would lose Yelich. One and two.
So he's going to that cutter, laying it out there perfectly in that outside corner. And I don't know if McGowan's ever even seen a cutter.
You know what this conversation is?
Bunt.
I don't want you to bunt into a double play. If you think you're going to do that,
strike out.
Then just take the pitch. He may just be a statue here. Or swing. I mean, he may just let him take a rip at it. 1-2. Two and two.
Yeah, it looks like he's staying with the plan to bunt. Should go down the first baseline. But the relievers, I mean, they don't ever take batting practice. They never bunt.
Well, that could be a flaw in the system.
Well, it certainly looks that way tonight. However, I mean, he could make it all look moot if he gets one down here with 2 strikes. He's going to have to try and do it on the slider.
They're going to say it's foul. I suppose he's not so sure.
Just take a look. That kind of rolls back into the right-handed batter's box.
That angle, you really can't tell.
But one good thing, when you're concerned about the jam finger, I mean, he threw a bullet to second base right there. So I'm feeling better about the finger watching that throw.
Here's Yelich. Yelich has 3 hits tonight. Now you got to keep an eye on Gordon. Strickland gave Posey a chance to throw out Gordon, and Buster Posey did. If you're Casilla, you got to concentrate on both runner, hitter,
and don't balk.
and a strike.
What was confirmed tonight too, we already knew. I mean, Yelich, very good 2-strike hitter. He'll use the whole field. And he's got some pop.
Hit a home run in the 5th. Oh, and 2. Curveball.
Curveball. But getting that 3rd strike off Yelich is a little bit more difficult.
Well, I hope he does it pretty soon because I have to pee.
Well, and I'll start rooting for him.
No balls and 2 strikes.
And Posey wants the curveball.
Yeah, Gordon leaning. It's 1 and 2.
Got to keep an eye on him. I mean, he's got the green light. He goes when he wants to.
I would think so.
He goes if he gets a good jump.
You know, just surprised he hasn't gone by now. Two and 2.
Tried to muscle up that curveball, missed high with it. Stanton on deck.
I think he's not going because he would walk Yelich.
Yeah.
2 and 2.
Or because he got thrown out last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Casilla frustrated. He thought he had strike 3 with the fastball at the knees on the outside corner. And Doug Eddings took the mask off immediately, not appreciating the body language from Casilla. And now it's a get-it-in situation. You can't pick a corner to pitch to. This is the one that Casilla wanted. This is the one he thought he had, and he's got a pretty good argument.
Now Gordon will go, and now in the outfield you got to cut it off. It's 3-2. Gordon goes, and he got him, and that'll end the inning. Onward we go to the 13th.
All tied up, 7 apiece. Giants with 15 hits, Marlins with 13. And Dustin McGowan coming out to work his 3rd inning. And he will face the heart of this Giants lineup.
Well, a couple of guys that have something in common standing right there. Realmuto, Buster Posey. Couple of hits tonight for Buster Posey. And a roller to third. That's a fair ball. So Rojas will make the play. 1 out, and here's Crawford. Crawford's got 5 hits tonight.
Well, a chance for 6.
That would be quite a night.
Why not? If you're going to have a night, have a night.
Hunter Pence is on deck. Low, 1 ball and no strikes.
I mean, we're in the 2nd week of August here. He came into the game hitting 265. He's now at 274. With a chance to add on. It's not that easy to do this time of year. Put on close to 10 points your BA.
Crawford down the right field line. Is this hit number 6? It is. Digging it out is Stanton. What's Crawford going to do? Here's the challenge and the throw, and it hit him in the back of the foot. Crawford's 6th hit of the night is a triple.
Psyched. I feel you, brother. A 6-hit night for Brandon Crawford. 3 legs of the cycle, and here's the 3rd leg. A fastball middle in. He just leans on it right down the right field line and takes on two of the best arms in the game.
To Pence with a swing and a miss. No balls and one strike.
They're staying right in his hands. Same way that McGowan went after him last time when he struck him out. In Giants history, Jesus Alou did it in 1964. Mike Benjamin did it in 1995. And tonight Brandon Crawford puts his name on the list.
Hunter Pence trying like crazy to make contact. In the same spot in the 11th inning, McGowan struck him out. Just grinding right now. In the dirt, it's 1-2. McGowan with 35 pitches. Bullpen's empty. The pitch up the middle, cut off by Echeverria, and the throw is wide and Pence is out. So staying at third is Crawford, and here's Panik. Joe Panik tonight. Well, it doesn't matter. He's going to be walked intentionally for Nunez. Eventually, this is going to backfire.
Well, I think Giants fans are hoping it's sooner than later. But if you're Panik, be ready to hit. McGowan in his last intentional walk almost threw a strike.
Madison Bumgarner is at the top step.
Well, you may see him walk Nunez to get to Bumgarner.
You're right. So Panik takes the walk. Comes Don Mattingly.
He's going to go out and tell him what he wants him to do. And I think if you do pitch to him, you throw a couple of sliders in the dirt to see if Nunez is going to help you. They know Nunez is an aggressive swinger, and he will go out of the strike zone. And if you get to a 2-ball count, then all of a sudden you'll walk him and then face Bumgarner. So the Marlins talking over the strategy. It's really right now whether you want to throw a couple pitches out of the zone and see if he chases or just flat out intentionally walk him.
The extendo meeting.
Well, Doug Eddings was out there in the middle of it, almost like he was putting in an extra couple cents worth. So he finally breaks up the rock pile.
So we'll see what Real Muto's going to do. If he's just going to stand, he is.
Be ready to go if you're Brandon Crawford. You never know when you get a wild pitch. Intentional walks, some guys, they can't do them. The other thing too, you throw 8 pitches in an intentional walk, A lot of times that causes you to throw high when you finally do get back on the mound and have to make a regular pitch. And he almost threw that one away.
Yeah, you can tell he's not real comfortable doing it.
Well, he's got to throw it hard. He can't lob it. And that's when it can get a little weird. So if you're Bumgarner, you're going to go up there and you're going to look one way or the other. You're going to look breaking ball, or you're going to look first pitch fastball. But if you're looking fastball, look up. But what we've seen in the past, when McGowan's facing a righty in a get-it-in situation, he starts these at-bats off with a breaking ball, much like he did with Trevor Brown. 3 for 8 lifetime in pinch hitting roles.
And if, like you suggested, if he bounces any, Crawford, I'm sure, is aware at third. So here's Bumgarner. One ball and no strikes.
There was the breaking ball. And he spit on it.
Foul back. Ooh, 1 ball and 1 strike.
He had a pitch and he had a rip and he was on it. .1-0 challenge fastball. Good swing. Stayed on it nice.
One and one. 1 and 2. And that foul ball broke the shin guard of Real Muto, or at least knocked
the top
part of the
strap.
padding off.
Little slider. Yeah, blows it up right at the top of the knee. Felt that too. So McGowan with a 1-2 advantage here.
Bumgarner strikes out. We'll head to the bottom of the 13th. Pitcher now is George Cantos.
Cantos coming in for the 42nd time, 2-2 with a 2.39 ERA. Right-handers hitting a .188 against Cantos. The league hit 209. Low 90s fastball, curveball, slider, changeup, and he will sink and cut the fastball. Don't see many changeups or curveballs, but he's got them in his arsenal. Slider being the #1 specialty pitch.
So here's Stanton. Swing and a miss.
So right out of bed, getting after it with a slider.
What's left for the Giants are the starters and Javi Lopez.
So Matt Moore, tomorrow's pitcher. Jeff Samardzija, Matt Cain. Probably Samardzija is the guy they need to get into.
Out to Pagan. 1 out.
And he's going to walk back thinking he just missed one. Slider off the end of the bat. Take a look at a little hang on the slider. And watch the reaction. Fans a little premature in their celebration, perhaps.
Here's Ozuna. You got to be careful with him as well. Just a bit outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Mathis and Ramos, and we don't know if Ramos is even able to pitch. We saw Cashner getting loose.
I don't think you're going to see Ramos in this game.
Hernandez and Cueto started.
Wow. And Cantos wanted it.
I think it's shrinking.
Well, hey. Umpires, they don't get a chance to go in the dugout and rest. Very, very close. Posey hardly moved the glove. So a long night for an umpire. Can affect his concentration perhaps to a corner.
Basically the same pitch. 2-2. Real Muto is on deck. Stays alive. Keep that slider down. It's 2-2.
Well, he's another guy that'll extend out. I mean, he'll swing out of the strike zone. You don't have to throw him a strike.
Got him. Nope. Say foul ball.
Well, I think that Doug Eddings is going to come out and talk to third base umpire Jeff Nelson. He's the crew chief, to see if he can get some help as to whether or not that ball hit the ground. There was definitely contact made. He fouled it a little bit. Eddings wanted to see the ball if there was a dirt mark on the baseball.
Got him. Laz Diaz is the one who made the call. And look, knowing Don Mattingly, this is going to be a discussion. He's talking first to Ozuna. So with 2 outs, here's Realmuto.
Well, here's the plain question. He does catch a piece of it. Did it hit the ground before it got to Posey? And the answer is no. So good call, Laz Diaz, than they do to get the strikeout in the second out.
And, you know, that's not reviewable.
No.
So here's Realmuto.
The only chance you have is the discretion of the umpires. Good slider. Contos has a good slider tonight. He only hung the one, and that was the one that he got away with on Stanton.
Giants trying to get to the 14th. 1 ball and 1 strike. This game started at 11 minutes after 7, and here it's 12:15. Up 12:17. Get it down 1-2.
Well, get it down because these guys have power. And high elevation can cost you.
Hit out into center field for Spain. And we'll head to the 14th. And for the Giants, they'll have the top of the order coming up.
The 19th is Beatles tribute night, a 50-year anniversary on their final live concert at Candlestick Park. Your special event ticket will include an Abbey Road inspired Giants t-shirt and a ticket to see the Giants take on the Mets. Go to sfgiants.com/special events and check it out. I want to get that. I want to get that. I want to get that.
It's 7-7. It's the 14th.
Well, and Dustin McGowan about ready to work his 4th inning of relief.
I'll tell you what, Bruce Bochy knows how to pick them to take the night off.
Yeah.
Span to lead things off.
I want to see Crawford hit again.
This inning. Span with a base hit, I think. Yes.
Nice.
I mean, maybe just being hopeful.
Yeah, well, I'm with you on that. Now, whether or not Ron Wotus wants to give up an out to move a runner up. Here's a nice opposite field swing of the bat. They had moved Echeverria, the shortstop, a little bit towards the bag at second, playing Span to pull, and he just beat the defense. Nice.
Here's Pagan. Pagan has been on base 3 times, once on a fielder's choice, a single, a walk, a couple of singles. And it's low. And look, you don't know what McGowan's got in a tank. It's 50 pitches.
He's definitely getting extended.
He knows the deal. You look down at the bullpen, and I think Cashner's the only one down there, and he's just sitting.
Well, as I mentioned 2 days ago, Cashner threw 80 pitches in his start in Colorado, so I'm sure that the Marlins would prefer not to use him.
Span goes. It's a hit and run, and it's hit to second. They got one there, and they got one there. Trying to stay out of the double play, and it turns into a double play.
Well, they're playing in on the grass, respectful of the bunt, and that was what allowed the double play to happen. Because Rojas gets to it quickly, a nice strike there, and Echeverria with his arm, and a beautiful exchange, and just like that, the leadoff base hit is erased. And if he's playing back at normal third base position, they don't get the back end of this. Not with Pagan's speed.
Here's Belt. Belt takes one down low. Cashner's starting to play catch again. Two and 0.
Leverage right here. Great time to break out the big dog.
3-0.
And same thing can be said about a 3-0 pitch. Break out the driver.
And the walk.
Not even close. McGowan's definitely not throwing the same stuff that we saw him have when he came in the 11th inning. Now 55 pitches, but you have to remember you can take away 8 of them because they were intentional walks.
Correct.
But even at that, I mean, he's still extending because just about every pitch that he's thrown has been a stretch pitch. So Juan Nieves once again going to make the trek out to the mound. They're going to talk it over. And Cashner starting to take it a little more serious in the bullpen in right field for the Marlins.
Doug Eddings reluctantly is going to go out.
All right, there's your 30-second clock.
So here's Buster Posey. And a strike, and it's 0-1. A double, a single, and a walk tonight for Buster Posey. Got 2 RBIs in this game. And it's nothing in 2. Pull the string. Oh, and 2.
The unofficial number is 459 pitches so far in tonight's ball game. So if you have any sympathy for an umpire, have some for Doug Eddings. That's how many times he's had to get in the squat, and that's a lot.
The 1-2 pitch to Buster Posey will not be a pitch at all. McGowan chasing Belt back.
Belt does not have a stolen base this year. He's 0 for 4 in that category. But prior to this year, he was always good for 5 to 10, somewhere in there.
Posey fouls it back. The next pitch for McGowan will be number 60. Two and 2.
The slider sort of cast off. No finish on that release. And that's a sign of fatigue. These are the games, though, you do absolutely impress your teammates when you're digging deep.
3 and 2.
And McGowan's about out of gas.
Yeah, you can tell by his body language.
He's looking down that bullpen too. And look, he's not used to throwing. This is probably 2 times the amount of pitches he's used to throwing. If he has a 30-pitch outing, I mean, that's a lot. Cashner's ready to go.
3 and 2. Now Belt will be able to take off. He goes, and Posey draws a walk, and you're going to get your wish. You're going to get to see Brandon Crawford hit here in the 14th. And the question is, who will he be facing?
It's going to be Andrew Cashner.
So it's going to be a double switch. Realmuto will be coming out of the game. So we're going to take a break. We're in the 14th. Belt at second, Posey at first, and Crawford's coming up. Facing Brandon Crawford, who, if you just joined us, we're wondering why. Crawford's got 6 hits in this game.
And he's going to face Andrew Cashner. Cashner has been a starter all year long with the Padres and the Marlins. He was the starting pitcher Saturday, threw 80 pitches in that loss against the Rockies in Colorado. And when he's right, we're going to see a mid to high 90s fastball. He will sink and cut it. He's got a curveball, slider, and a changeup. I mean, he's got 5 good pitches, or at least 5 good movements he can put on a baseball. It's a high 3/4 release. But here, for the first time this year, coming out of the bullpen without his beard.
And Belt is at second. Posey's at first. Crawford is stepping in.
And that's the outing in Colorado. 7 earned runs in that game. A lot of stress throws.
And the first pitch is high. 1 ball and no strikes.
At 96, so he's absolutely got some stuff.
Belt can get a good jump because there's 2 outs. And a rocket into center field, a base hit, and here comes Belt. Here comes Ozuna's throw. It is on line, and Belt scores! And Crawford going down to second, and Crawford is out at second base. His 7th hit of the night knocks in the lead run, and we will go to the bottom of the 14th. knocked in belt, and it came off the bat of Brandon Crawford. And now we'll go to the bottom of the 14th, and the Giants are leading by a run. Contos, who had a clean 13th, will face Rojas, Echeverria, and then Johnson. What a night for that kid.
Well, he comes into the game hitting 265. He goes out hitting 278, and that's stuff you see, like, you know, end of May, not the second week of August. In Major League history, games with 7 hits. Well, they've had a couple guys do it in 9-inning game. In extra inning games, Brandon Crawford joins Johnny Burnett.
And him.
And him.
So here's Rojas, and Rojas takes low. Rojas is 0 for 2. And Lopez is throwing in the bullpen. And a strike, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Javier Lopez. Javier Lopez thinking about one guy. He's thinking about D. Gordon.
On the ground to Panic. 1 out.
The all-important first out. First strike, first outs.
Now the Clevelander, they're shutting it down. Put those cocktails away.
Yeah, come on. On it.
Low. 1 ball and no strikes.
An 0 for 5 night so far for Echeverria. He's got good speed.
Ball and 1 strike.
He is not sitting on a breaking ball. Right now, if you're going to miss off the plate away. Echeverria thought it was high. So 3 pitches, 3 sliders. And with that strike, he definitely has the advantage here now to bury a couple down out of the strike zone. And Echeverria, he'll follow. This is the one Echeverria did not like.
Got him.
And Echeverria, true to form, cannot lay off. So Contos pitches him beautifully. 5 pitches, 5 sliders. See you later. And here's the payoff pitch, an absolutely perfect 2-strike slider. Grab some pie and meat. The Clevelander is closing.
Here's Johnson. I'm shocked by that.
Yeah,
I thought they had a little bit more going on today.
it was a little sad.
The Clevelander that I know doesn't close. The one in Ohio.
Well, this one is calling it a night.
1-0 to Johnson. Wow. 1 ball and 1 strike. Get her down.
Well, and don't miss middle in. As you said earlier in this game, Johnson's got some power. And he's looking for a hanging slider.
Yes, he is. Two balls and a strike.
And that last one had some big time hang time. Well, 3-1. He's got count leverage here, so he has a chance to try and tie it up, and you know he's going to be trying. That's a quality 3-1 pitch right there. Cantos taking his time, getting gathered. The Giants fans who've remained on their feet, cheering him on, and believe me, he's hearing every one of them.
Getty's coming out. Now Lopez has been throwing. I believe Lopez is for one guy, and that would be Yelich. But gotta remember too that the Mathis is on deck.
Well, I thought the one
going to be out there for a while.
I thought the one guy was going to be D. Gordon. But Ron Woda's going to let George Cantos try and close this one out. Take a look at what Cantos has done against D. Gordon. D. Gordon's 3 for 3 lifetime. Don't have great speed with Johnson at first base.
Cut the ball off in the gaps. No balls and one strike. First pitch fastball.
Giants play a deep set in right and in center to protect the gaps.
Ball game. Wow. And the Giants in 14 innings win this one in the most unlikely of fashions.
Well, it winds up just being one of the gut check victories of the year, down 5-1, and they tie it up, take the lead, then give the lead back, and they go into the 14th, and everybody gets extended. And on a night when Bruce Bochy was not with the team, he's watching it from the University of Miami Hospital, they get the skipper a win.
I hope he turned it off in the 9th. Well, nice job by Ron Wotus. Nice job by everybody. Look, this is one of those games where you may look back at it and say, you know what? That was the one. That was the one. 5 hours and 34 minutes.